All right. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be back home. Back home to Ljubljana, back home to the Ljubljana Forum, which is the most prestigious event around sustainable city developments. And today we're going to talk about the city of well-being. How well are you today in the morning? Just give me a signal, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what we need. We need interaction, because interaction builds on well-being as well. So I have the honor to open up the conference today, the Ljubljana Forum. Dear guests, honorable guests, mayors from Slovenia, Novi Sad, and from Dubrovnik. We won't hear today the typical sentence, Ljubljana is the most beautiful city in the world. We're going to hear this sentence, I think, a couple of times. So thank you very much for coming up here. This forum is about getting ideas together and bringing the things really into action. Blush, thank you for curating again this beautiful forum. So I would call now Blush up on stage to give the introductory call, and give him a big hand of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. What to say? First of all, it's 15th in the row. So, first of all, thank you to all of you that come, that participate, some of you in the last 15 years. And I would remember the first forum when Mayor Jankovic looked at me and say, "Are you sure?" And I said in the first forum, we will make it, it's traditional. And he was looking to me like, hey, come on, what's traditional? It's only the first. But now it's the 15th. So it was already at that time, in 2011, where it should go, and what we can do, of course. And we are now in 2025, thanks to the, first of all, extremely interesting topics that bring us to here, and then later on we'll go through where we are and what's next. But what's the most important? Because of partners, because of companies that support, because of the city of Ljubljana. So I would really like to express a big thank to the city of Ljubljana, Mayor Jankovic, and today Vice Mayor Dejan Crnjak, who represent the city of Ljubljana, and of course to all of you who contributed in a different way. And last but not least, the mayors of the cities. Today we live in the really challenging world, and we see unpredictability in many, many ways. So that's why we position foresight as a core. And the cities and mayor today, I would especially like to give a big applause to Mayor of Sarajevo. This is for the first time with us. Mayor of Sarajevo, please. And I would like to give a big applause to Miro Cerar. Miro is the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia and today Dean of the Law Faculty, and he also, when he was a Prime Minister, supported Ljubljana Forum. So big applause to Miro, please. I pick up just a few, and we have the company representative, one of the leaders who transformed for the first time what we preach here, but actually he realized that through the company, with a transition, green transition, and show the way to others. So big applause, please, to Tomaž Badločnik, that's here with us. Tomaž. And last but not least, to Miran Gajšek. Miran was a co-creator of Ljubljana Forum as an urban planner and the chief of the office of urban planning of the city of Ljubljana, and at the beginning we designed it, and now, of course, now he moved to the state level, and I'm sure that he doesn't finish yet, so let's wait. Let's wait what's the next destination. But now, before I give a floor to Jan, I would like that all of us enjoy a moment to enter the 15th anniversary of Ljubljana Forum. So for that reason, we dedicate organizing committee and all a special piece of art for you, please.
And as you might have experienced, this flow of music, for the ones who don't know, because we've got some people from other countries here in the room, it was the national anthem of Slovenia. And with this spirit, with this strong melody in our ears, we will move on now. And I would like to call on Dejan Černek on the stage as the Vice Mayor of the city of Ljubljana, the most beautiful city in the world. So let's welcome him with a big applause, and thank you for having us.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, first of course I would like to express a warm welcome in the name of our mayor, Mr. Zoran Jankovic, and of course congratulations to Blaž Golob for 15 years of hard work to put the Ljubljana Forum on a such high level. And sometimes we think that we came here, sit down, listen, and we have chairs, and we have flags and videos, and it's so easy to do. But behind us is a group of people who is dedicated to this. So we had some applause earlier, but I please you to have a big applause to Blaž Golob and his team that prepare all this year. So thank you, Blaž. Because yes, our mayor always say that Ljubljana is the most beautiful city. Thank you for this. But it wouldn't be if there will not be such events like this and the people who is coming to Ljubljana. In Ljubljana we have one very nice slogan. It says, let's live together but respect all the differences. So everybody is welcome to Ljubljana. All they have to have is a good will and good energy to do something for themselves, for the city of Ljubljana, for the citizen of Ljubljana, and for the people who is coming to Ljubljana. So today, here is a lot of good energy, and I'm sure that this forum will be a fruitful one again. So thank you for being here. Thank you, because you are an added value that we can say that Ljubljana is the most beautiful city in the world. And let's, maybe this, in the end, maybe ask who is the first time in Ljubljana? Okay, I will now, thank you, I will now explain the word Ljubljana. The word Ljubljana is coming from the word Ljubljana, which means beloved. So the Ljubljana is city of love. But if you see the name Slovenia as a state, it's the only state in the world who has love in the name. This is Slovenia, love. So Ljubljana is the capital of love in the state of love. So let's make love something in Ljubljana. Thank you.
Yes, what a beautiful statement in a world where we're living in, where we have a lot of geopolitical tensions, and it's good to focus back to the very core of humanity, and it's love, coming together and providing a well-being for all the citizens in the world. So thank you very much for this one. Now we're going to move on to the Spiritus Rector. The Spiritus Rector, who's bringing all this big knowledge. I remember we were talking about going back really into the ancient times and trying to understand what Europe is all about. Miran Gajšek, I would call you on stage as one of the co-founders of this Ljubljana Forum and the Spiritus Rector behind the scenes getting the knowledge. Give him a big round of applause, please.
Good morning to everybody. So, dear mayors, vice mayors, former prime minister, dear colleagues, the Ljubljana Forum, I think it's somehow the society. It is society in 15 years because we know what has happened and which results are from this event which take every year the time in Ljubljana, and it happened in Ljubljana Castle. So the warm welcome, and I am very glad on behalf of the Ministry for Natural Resources and Spatial Planning and also on behalf of Slovenian government. The title of this year event is the city of well-being. Well, well, well. Well-being means the well-being, the physical well-being, psychical, social, economical. It is the feeling that you feel good in the city, that you feel safe. And this is extremely important now in the current Europe and all the world. And what I would like to say that Blaž is saying foresight, I'm saying planning. Somebody is saying European Union programming. In Brussels, the planning is forbidden. No, no, no planning, no planning. But planning the future, foresight the future, programming the future is extremely important. But because if we do not do the planning job, the foresight, then the future will come. And normally, this is not very good for us. So I would like to say that the main idea, and I do remember what we talked with the Mayor Jankovic, because I said to Mayor Jankovic 15 years ago, I have the budget for the Ljubljana Forum. He said, you think that you have the budget. Maybe not, but then the Mayor Jankovic and his team, he took the decision, yes, we will organize the Ljubljana Forum, and everybody is happy now. And what I would like to say also that we have to take into account that Ljubljana is somehow the example. It is a good example. And it also other Slovenian cities and the other cities are a good example. Why? Because the cities do represent the lighthouse for the future. This is the civilization. This is the urban development. And this is extremely important in Europe. And I'm sure that this conference today and tomorrow will also do represent some progress. What is also the important that the presented will be for example, the Illyria project of the very good friend of mine, Peter Lawrence, and this is also the one project which do represent as the house for the Olympic pool, the added value from the town planning point of view, from the architectural point of view, and it is the one case of the even more well-being in Ljubljana. Nevertheless, somebody is saying, oh, maybe it's too big, maybe why it's not the jumping tower, and so on and so on. It cannot be the jumping tower because the cultural administration and natural heritage administration do not accept the higher building, so it cannot be the jumping tower, and so on and so on. So, what is the message? The message will be produced by the participants, and from my point of view, the message could be we have to take into account the added value of planning, of the programming, of the foresight, and this is extremely important. Ljubljana is a good example of I think, I'm sure, good town planning and good spatial planning and good architecture. The added value is the example. The cities, the projects, which are good example, are very good. Are the lighthouse for the other, which are maybe not so good. And the added value is also the what can be done in the current situation in the Europe and in the world. And in the end, I would like, because it is we are living in the over-designed world, over-information world, over-sensitive world. I would like that we have to take into account, for example, the sustainable development indicators of the United Nations. There are 17 of them, and the first one is zero hunger. So, in very near of Europe, it is the situation which is not good, which is bad, which is terrible. And please, we have to take into account the situation. And as you know, the very high representatives of Slovenia, which are expressed a very smart opinion about the situation where is hunger now, very near the Europe. But let's go now to the title of the conference. I wish the fruitful conference, and I do believe that it will be the new friendships and the old friendships and the very good projects which we will implement on the state level, on the city level, and in the other countries and all the companies. And thank you Thank you for coming.
As I told you before, the Spiritus Rector, seeding the seeds of thinking beyond what's happening. So thank you very much, Miran, for this thoughtful introduction. And all this planning, all this programming, all this foresight is not going to happen if we're not looking into how do we finance the whole story. And for this reason, we've got now a video coming up, a video address, by Mr. Kyriakos Kakouris, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And Lazar, if you could just kickstart the technology behind me.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to congratulate you on the 15th edition of the Ljubljana Forum on the Future for Cities. The European Investment Bank Group has been a partner of the forum for many years now. While I regret that I cannot be with you in person, I want to emphasize the significance of this event and its essential role in advancing pivotal issues for Europe's future as a globally competitive and sustainable continent. The European Investment Bank Group is once again ready to continue as a reliable partner and help Slovenian cities to do more with financing, but also with our advisory services. Our motivation is simple. Smart cities are at the heart of our vision for Europe, and Slovenia is fully equipped to meet challenges of this century, where technological innovation, security, and green transition interplay in a very complex environment. Smart cities represent not only technological progress, but also our shared commitment to sustainability, innovation, and better quality of life for all citizens. In an era defined by rapid urbanization and climate challenges, smart cities are essential for Europe's resilience and leadership on the global stage. I'm grateful to the organizers for assuring this key message is heard in Slovenia as well. The EIB Group is already part of this effort in Slovenia, helping the country to stay on track with the rest of Europe. Through our advisory services, we have supported projects with the municipality of Ljubljana, helping achieve the status of one of Europe's greenest cities and translating Slovenia's ambition into tangible progress in transforming cities and municipalities into more resilient, modern communities. Looking ahead, the EIB Group is ready to do even more to accelerate sustainable urban transformation across Europe. Initiatives such as the 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030 are paving the way for EU-wide action. I'm also pleased to report that we are already expanding our support in Slovenia. Indeed, recent changes to the legal framework now enable the EIB to directly finance municipalities in Slovenia, unlocking new investment opportunities for collaboration and impact. I encourage Slovenian municipalities to reach out to the EIB Group to take full advantage of this excellent opportunity, both in terms of long-term affordable financing and our dedicated advisory support, particularly in the areas of affordable housing, technological innovation, and energy efficiency. Together, we are shaping a smarter, greener future for Slovenia and the EU. Thank you for your commitment and partnership as development of sustainable cities and regions is crucial for the safer life of future generations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to congratulate you on
Thank you, Laja. And it's always good to have two welcome speeches, especially when the money is understanding. It needs to be invested into sustainable developments and to the well-being of the people and the citizens. Now, we started with a bit of a look what happened. We went to have a bit of thoughts of love and well-being. We went to a bit of a spice in the soup of thinking. And what is missing besides the money? art. Because art puts the sweat of the daily life away. It gives a new perspective of how do we see ourselves, how do we see our environment. And therefore, I'm very happy and honored and grateful to have my friend Miha Muren here from the Army Corporation, who's putting art at places where you don't expect them, so expect the unexpected. Miha Muren. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy that we are a part of Ljubljana Forum for many years now. I would like to thank Blaž for seeing this as an added value. And I think there should be more initiatives and more projects like that, giving opportunities to artists to present their work and to present themselves and so on. So today we prepared exhibition of 15 different artists. You will see them on these two rooms. Their artworks, some of them are also with us today, and you will see this leaflet where you have everything about the artist written. I would also like to thank Blaž and Jan, both for being part of Art Expo Ljubljana, the event which we are organizing in November this year, the next edition, from 20 to 23rd of November at Brdo Congress Center, and they're always a part of this on panels and so on. And this year I would like to also invite all of you there. We will have more than 300 international artists, 100 events happening in 4 days, and we are expecting 10,000 people. So I think that connecting our story and our mission to the initiatives like Ljubljana Forum is always a good added value for both sides. So I would like to thank Blaž once again, and I wish you all a pleasant day and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And by the way, this art from Army Corporation coming from Ljubljana, going now across the globe, was already in India at the TIA summit in Bangalore. So the spirit of the Ljubljana Forum is spreading across the globe. So thanks, Miha, to come there as well and to expose and bring the art from Ljubljana, from Slovenia, from Croatia, across the globe. So thank you very much for this one, Miha. And we're looking forward to dive deeper at the Art Expo. Now I would like to move on, and there's a story. And you started, Blaž, and said there is a tradition. Yes, there is a tradition. We're on the 15th edition of the Ljubljana Forum, and it's basically nearly a generation when you think of it. 2 more years, 3 more years, it would be 18. It's a generation. And we're all a bit older. We all got more experience. We all were able to build a strong network, really to bring innovation and sustainable cities down on the ground. So I would like to call you now, Blaž, up on stage to give us a bit of a ride through this journey. Some insights, what you created together with the whole team, with you, Miran, and the city of Ljubljana, to see what happened in these 15 years. So please give Blaž a big round of applause. 15 years, Ljubljana Forum.
Thank you, Jan. Sorry, me again. So Okay, so first about the way how we do it, we have really distinguished speakers for today, and each of us are limited also by time because of you, that you can contribute, that you can ask. So that's why we held the timer here, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and at the end. So I'm really taking care because of you that my colleague will remind me if I will be too long, okay? But at the end of the day, all speakers who will be in the in the time frame will receive an additional award. But so that's not because of speakers, but because of you, because we really want to interact, exchange, and get your feedback. Okay, so now just give you an insight on the topics, on how Miran already mentioned, how we combine planning and foresight, and what is in the box. What is in the box for different stakeholders, for different interests, and how we did in the last years. Okay, yeah. So first of all, challenges of planning. Cities plan. Cities used to plan, but they plan differently. One longer term, one shorter term. And here we see, for example, that yes, the Scandinavian cities, it's not by coincidence, they are much more long-term oriented. They really want to have predictable environment. But nevertheless, every city, of course, plans. But how the city, when they do master planning, because at the end of the day, it's a building, it's a road, it's a new area, how do they interact with other disciplines? How, for example, Nova Gorica is special. What's the priority of Nova Gorica? This is the capital of culture, European culture. We have a mayor today, we'll hear about him later on. So how another city position itself? How Sarajevo, as a famous art festival, global art festival city, position itself. And can this be interacted, correlated with the master planning on how the city is designed in the future? Okay, challenges of foresight. Usually what we find out, everyone is in its own discipline, in its own vertical, many times. Even in foresight, or strategic foresight community. Here we see governments, they're playing long-term. Research, they're playing long-term. But corporates, companies, they need a shorter cycle. They need ingredients, the seeds for the business strategy, for the new products and services to be developed and to be competitive. And here we just see what's the time scale, for example, for fast-moving consumer goods or digital, it's 5 years. The others, they have a luxury of planning 20 years. But now we should ask ourselves, okay, how we come across? How we come across? How we can interconnect and do something good out of it? Yes, we have challenges. And what is incredible to see, sometimes events happen that we never expect. When I was in the Federal Army of Yugoslavia, we were friends from cities, Sarajevo, Belgrade, Zagreb, Ljubljana. This was mission impossible, that war could happen, and hunger that was mentioned today by Miran could happen in European cities. But look now, what's going on now in Gaza, for example, or Middle East and somewhere else. It can happen in Ljubljana, again, and in other European cities. So, I will not go into that challenges. We are aware about them. Through the Millennium Project that we have a few members here, we constantly analyze those global challenges, see how to improve, where to move. But we already heard about this unpredictable war. Unpredictable. And how to cope with that, how to position yourself as an owner of company, as a researcher, as an urban planner, as a futurist or foresighter. And here I would like to recall from last year, and today it's also with us, the Young Business Association, a great voice of Gen Z generation. What do they think? What is their view on the future? And the last year at the forum was very well expressed, positioned. Hey, give us a break. Do things. Analyze what we need. Anticipate where we would like to live. Where are opportunities for us? Do we have business? How long do I need to play alone for the housing once I start to work? Do we want to have a US system? When you are under debt for the next 20 years just to repay your scholarship, not thinking about even for the housing. So those are the real challenges. Those are the real challenges. So here we see Gen Z's from last year, economic uncertainty, rising living costs, and well-being pressure. Well-being pressure, big one. Expectations, can I do it? Are you do you redeem yourself, when and how? And of course, the third one, the representation in decision making. So how do they participate? Do they participate in participatory budget at the city level? How they are engaged at the state level? Is their voice heard? We see the cases now. Come on, give us a break. We don't hear us. Look what happened in Serbia, for example, what happened in Nepal, what can happen in many cities. When? If we don't deliver. So those are the real challenges that planning, programming, and of course foresight would like to bring into the agenda when the things are coming together. So I already mentioned, I'm really glad that we have here Ibon Zugasti. Later on in the next panel, you will hear about trends, the ways of how to do things on geopolitical, economic, social, technological, legal challenges. And we have other speakers from Sproul. I will not add individual more because all of you that will later on contribute are amazing. And now how to all put this into one coherent system. Okay, how we did. In a way, how we try, and with Miran, and this was a real interaction at the beginning, planners and foresight. And okay, how different groups see, and you see before the time scale, how when people plan, when do they program to the future, everyone has different interests. And here there are the groups like companies, one way, one dimension, one reality, states, obvious another, NGOs, very important, another one, and academia. So we try through the years, and you will see later on the themes, to combine all these views into a specific topic and program this topic to the future, okay? And what's the time scale of each of the stakeholders? What are the projects coming out, and who's giving, and who pays the bill? So that's why it was not by coincidence that Jan, I think, was by purpose, EIB 2 times, bam, bam. So because they repeat themselves. Why? Because at the end of the day, it should not be only a dream. It should be a real project to be delivered. And that's what we strive for. Okay, now a few projects. That was a concept of smart city that was designed around Ljubljana Forum. It's really great to see we have one of the leading companies in the region, T2, that has for the very first time delivered the platform. It's amazing. So this is an example what came out for companies and for NGOs and how we position the concept of smart city. We heard before about the smart city by Vice President of European Investment Bank. And actually, at the beginning, they were corporates. IBM, Microsoft, SAP. They were all here. First 3-4 years, they sponsored big time. There was sweet worries, so yesterday dinner would be more heavy than it was, but was good. I think it was good, yeah. Thank you. So you see, they left. They left now the story, but now mayors come and say, oh, now we understand smart city and European Investment Bank has money, now we want to do it. No, 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 now it's AI. Now it's next version. So you see how when they plan, when you do foresight, and when cities want to do projects, how to interact with those different agendas. And that was one of the examples. And I'm glad to hear T2 is also with us, and we show how they do for the smart city. Now a kind of the way forward, ideal city, different stages, but at the bottom line is that technology should be an enabler. I would not go into the discourse of various stages that were analyzed through the years. You see before reports. I would just, for the end, when we put together with the team and get some inputs, present the manifesto on what we do, what we bring after 15 years, and what we find out. First of all, those different stakeholders should act together in interaction and should a little bit narrow the different strategies, business strategies, NGO agendas, programming, and so on. And that's we call multi-stakeholders driven. Next is plan ahead. We heard cities are planning, they used to plan, they will plan, the countries will plan, EU will plan. So how to interact, strategic foresight with various stakeholders, with urban planning, that's next. And of course, deliver. Today we stick to well-being, but it's not just well-being, it's much more. It's about the resilient, it's about sustainability, it's about being smart, but technology only helps, not to be per se because of technology. And that's what we believe that we can move ahead. So that's why we also structure the 15th forum in this direction. The next session after mayor's panel, where the challenges will be identified, will show you how the real work is done on the ground. And then later on, we'll hear about solutions, different centers of relevance, and at the end of the day, today, we will have a workshop by Matthias that also you can contribute, anticipation workshop. So all of you can add your view, and we can again reshape the story. So that's from my side. I'm really looking forward. Every time when the forum is finished, I'm frustrated because I always see what can be done better. And I'm looking for this 15, and especially at the end of the day, what we put on the table, what projects will come out, and of course, what this anticipation workshop will show. So thank you very much, and I'm looking for really excellent hours ahead of us. Be engaged and give your share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blaž. So yes, from looking into the past of 15 years and using this point to leapfrog into the future and foresight, this is what's happening with you together, Blaž, and the whole team, so thank you very much for this one. As a CEO of Grundig Academy Group, I've got 140 people working for me. We've got 11,000 participants, and I love to swim. Why? Every morning, I go into the pool to get my thoughts clear, what's going to happen during the day. And I love to invite my participants as well to go swimming, because it's cleansing the body, it's cleansing the mind, it's cleansing my thinking. If I don't have a chance to go into the sea, a pool is the place for well-being. And one of the examples we've got here, and I would like to call on stage now Mr. Peter Lawrence, the architect, and to give us a journey what he is doing for the well-being. So please give a big round of applause to Peter. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Cleansing your mind.
Can I use this cursor also?
There it is. You can use the cursor here,
Yes, this
and
is.
you can see it, and here you can change the slides.
And for the video, just put on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for this invitation. I'm sorry I have to break the beautiful harmony and change the title. I believe that well-being is not the topic of the future. I think it's survival. I believe further that the well-being, the priority of well-being in our beautiful Europe is one of the reasons why we have all the climate problems. And I think we have to say goodbye to well-being as a priority in a good future. So, when you have, as you know, the average lifespan of an architect is about 100 years. And if I take an example that one architect was born about 1950 and will die at 2050, we had in 1950, we had 2.5 billion, and we had 0.8 billion living in the cities. By 2050, we will have 10 billion people, and we will have 70% living in the city, which means we have 7 billions living in the city in a few years from now. Now, what does this mean? If we want to survive, we all know that we have to respect nature, and we have to take nature, if you like. For me, it's the only way to have a religion. For me, is nature. If we want to preserve nature, we have to rethink our cities. We have, in the last 8 years, We have, the city became from a boiled egg, a compact city, into a kind of scrambled egg. And we use the nature in order to have, it's necessary for economy, it's necessary, and things like that. I think we have to stop this. Now, of course, times have changed. We are very proud of the history in architecture and urbanity in Europe. Of course, we have these are example of a feudal system of authoritarian urban planning. And Barcelona, we all know, it's a fantastic urbanistic plan, very simple, but it's not a democratic way of planning, and certainly no participation of anybody. So today it's not so easy anymore. If we prefer democracy, it's a very demanding process, and we have a much more complex situation. And I think the topics of climate resilience, mobility, and so on, of cheap housing have risen dramatically. Next picture. Now, this picture is to show you a little bit the complexity. Unfortunately, Blaž, I had asked to explain this graphic. I would need 3 hours. He said no, so I cannot explain to you. But of course, the complexity of democratic urban development in the 21st century is very, very difficult. And plus we have the democracy, and so a democratic process are not fast, are very complicated. So how can we, how will we move on? There is one lady here from Bologna. Bologna, 1967, started the urban renewal of the inner city, as you know. Here is a picture from Vienna. It was the first pedestrian zone in Vienna in 76. Of course, against the will of the Chamber of Commerce, who always said, no, without cars we cannot sell anything. Now, this development of the inner city renewal in Europe, I think it's almost completed. I think we have now an incredible, maybe even too much city tourism. And if we go on like this, and if we don't develop the suburbs, then we will end up to be a Disney park for Asia. And I think this is also part of our thinking in the future. Do we want to become a Disney park like we are already quite good on the way with Venice, Florence, and many other cities? So the real challenge today is far beyond to occupy the city center, which may be even too protected. We must finally start to occupy with the peripheries. In Europe, there's a guideline which is called zero net land take, but only for 2050. Why? Because we know a lot of things in Europe, but in order to take the decision, we put it on to the next or the over next generation. The zero net land take must happen now, and not in 2050. Anyway, as you know, the city, I said before, is a sprawl, is wasted land, is a lack of any kind of quality of planning. We concentrate the planning on the city center. We don't plan on the outside nearly. Faceless roads, absence of any kind of planning culture. Now, I like to nominate some thinkers. There is one famous German thinker, philosopher, Jürgen Habermas. I'm following it all my lifetime. He's now 97 years old. And he's preaching still, is very intelligent still, and makes good messages. Not the written word, but the living dialogue is the true source of insight. Only constructive discourse, where the better argument prevails over power or rhetoric, can lead to a sustainable solution. I think this is very, very important, and I must congratulate at this occasion the Ljubljana Forum. And I must not only say all the praising that was done today already, I must also tell you that the Ljubljana Forum, in my recognition, is the unique. We don't have this in Austria, we don't have this in Germany, we don't have this in Italy, and I don't know elsewhere. So I must really compliment this. This is a Slovenian invention, which is incredibly important. There's another thinker, maybe the most important philosopher of the 20th century, and she was saying also one thing which is very important. The public space is where democracy becomes visible. This is also the concept of the European Greek city, the Agora, and the Greek city is the start of the democracy. We have to be aware of this. So the cities are political spaces, not in the sense of political parties, but in the sense of this is our responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the mayor, it's the responsibility of the citizens. And as you know, in Greece, in the old democracy, the people who did not participate at the public life were called idiotes, because they were useless people. The meaning of idiotes only in the 19th century for stupidity originate was only the useless people. So we cannot survive in the democratic system in the city if we don't take part in the city development. Now, I believe in cities and I don't believe in nations. I'm sorry for this, but I believe in the future that the cities are all different. I don't believe in the ideal city, by the way, because it's like believing in the ideally human. I don't believe in this. I believe in the diversity of the city and the very different characters. Now I just say, for example, the new green forecourt of Paris City Hall is an incredible development by the mayor Hidalgo, she managed to make a kind of jungle in the front of the city hall. And by the way, the the construction of bicycle ways for 400 kilometers in 5 years is just incredible. Just another example, housing-friendly super blocks in Barcelona, which we start now to copy in Vienna. Barcelona is still one of the leading cities in urban planning since after Franco time. By the way, during the Franco regime, architects and sociologists were in the resistance. Copenhagen. We are quite envious in Vienna because Copenhagen overtook Vienna now. They are fighting for the first place of most livable cities in the world. Why? Because Copenhagen not only did this incredible bicycle priority, but Copenhagen has one big advantage compared to Vienna. Vienna has a development plan from 2025 to 2035. It's 10 years, but kind of the way they are copying the Lenin 5 years plan, which is not flexible. The Lenin plan 100 years ago was not flexible. Copenhagen, they have a plan, but they are flexible. They constantly discuss about it. You cannot today make a plan for 10 years and foresee what happens in the next few years. This is impossible. Now we have, last not least, Vienna. This is a very nice example from very, very good development of a new city. But I hope and I believe this is the last new city we built, because we cannot anymore build new city. We have to concentrate on the present city, as I said, on the suburbs. We must urbanize the city and the outskirts and not construct new city just because it's easier. Now, there is a kind of competition between the cities, and in the range of the cities being 200,000, 400,000, which are still big cities, but they are maybe the small big cities, which are still governable. Ljubljana is doing quite well, I must say. I'm here now working in Ljubljana 25 years for one project, and the way that Ljubljana changed in these 25 is really incredible. It overtook many other cities. And today, Ljubljana is in a very big competition with Graz, with Freiburg and San Sebastian and other cities, but it's really one of the leading cities in this category. Now, I would like to, you know, I have to talk fast, of course.
Splice Originals.
Okay, why do we call it sports citadel? A citadel is a military example. It's a city within the city. Of course, it's not military, it's sports, but it's a city within the city. And now I might also say it's a history of mayors. You know that Slovenia was refounded in 1991, and a few years later, in 95, Ljubljana decided, no, we want to be one capital in Europe, so we need a 50 meters pool, because everybody has a 50 meters pool, Olympic pool. By the way, there was one famous swimmer. So Dimitri Rupel decides to revive Illyria in its central location. They did not put it on the outskirts, and this has been a very wise decision. Then there was Mayor Viktorija Potočnik, who launched Slovenia's first international competition, which we were able to win, which was not well regarded by everyone, but we won it. And then there was first a PPP model, then Dejan knows it perfectly. We have been in some 50, 60 meetings together. And Mayor Jankovic then rejected PP model and said, no, the city is a client. This is not easy. And it was not that easy also because cities are not clients anymore. So Jankovic here has done a very, very traditional historic model. 25 years after winning the competition, we opened Illyria. So what is the I cannot point it somehow. Anyway, here you see the city plan of Ljubljana in 24. I'd like to show you something, but yeah, here. Can you see this? Okay, here is the center of the city, and you have the Tivoli Park, and you have here the railways, okay? And you see the railways, which are a barrier between city and Tivoli. This is very important. Now, you see here that here you have the swimming pool of Blodek of 29. You still have the rails within the, which means the area was connected to the Tivoli Park, was not connected to the city. It was separated from the city. So this is a very important matter. And here you see the access to the Tivoli Park, which goes from the city here and goes into so-called Letterman Avenue. Now, what happened later on? Before the World War, all this area was always still directed to the Tivoli Park. You had temporary halls, exhibition buildings. There was even Plečnik who did this Jakobic promenade. You had sports facilities. So this was used. Then decided in 1942 that this rail comes to the outside. What happened? The railways come to the outside of Illyria. So in this moment, Illyria was connected to the city. It was separated from the park. And the Letterman Avenue was blocked. So now, for us, what is the most important all the time? Oh, 1 minute, oh my God. 12,000 square meter roof. Okay, I have to talk very fast. 12,000 square meter roof, which was and here is the main revitalization of the main entrance, which reconnects the park under the railways. Here you have the new concept of the Letterman, that you can again go to the famous Tivoli Park. I am talking very fast. The Letterman Avenue is also an example of transparency. We had to fight many years with the help of Janusz Kozel to have it transparent, and we had to fight years and years not to block it and to block it from because the pedophiles, whatever, and nobody wanted to look in. So it's a picture of society. I see Ljubljana and Slovenia as an open society and not of somebody who's at the end, my God. Okay, I will leave this. This is the concept of the plaza. You have here the additional, why is it from the pool to Sports Italy? Because we added sports facilities. Here, what is multifunctional, here this can also be used as a presentation room for cars in order to lower the maintenance costs. Zero energy building, spatial explosion, many aspects, views, transparency, the inside, and I hope I will have the honor tomorrow to welcome you for the site. I would like to see, this is not new, the Caracalla therms many years ago have been a center of sports and culture and not only of sports. Now this is too long to explain, but there are still cities who have these halls in the inner city or in the periphery. So now we can discuss this, not now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You made my heart sing, Peter. Right. You made my heart sing. Still discussion is going, which is good. So interaction is always helping. Right. Peter, so you made my heart sing because swimming has to be in the city, not somewhere outside, because that's where really your mental health is coming together and the discussion is starting. Here's Blush.
One remark I need to say. In 2013, the project was also presented at Ljubljana Forum, when Peter was here and preaching, oh my God, I don't know if the things will happen. It's very complex now, because as he said, mayor took the active role as a city. And then at the end of the day, maybe I will, during my life, achieve that the project is realized. And this year, in 2025, you see the land, the project is realized. So Peter, thank you, thanks a lot, and please give him a big applause for and you will sit tomorrow in a guided tour. Please take this opportunity. You will have an opportunity to be guided by an architect of the site tomorrow at 11 o'clock at Illyria. So please remark your timing for tomorrow. Thank you.
And thank you, Peter, for reminding us that for the next 40 years, we will build every month a complete New York City. For the next 40 years, we're going to build every month a complete New York City. And if we do that in an urban sprawl, we won't have any chance of survival. So thank you for pointing that out as well. Because we are here in Europe, we've got the feeling, okay, we've got space, we've got greenery, we can use it. But if you look at the big and fast-growing countries, the fast populations, and we will have the member of the Chamber of Commerce from Nigeria here, and if you look what's happening in Lagos, or we look at what's happening in India, we see what's happening around Asia, there are a lot of things to be done and to be learned. At the same time, we have to focus on what can we do here on the ground in Europe. What are the challenges what we have here in this area? And for this reason, I would like to call up the roundtable of the mayors now. And I would start with Dejan Černek from Ljubljana to come up here as well on the stage. Give him a big round of applause. Yes. So maybe you can sit more there, right? I would like to call this at the same time up on the stage Samir Avdic. I hope I pronounced it right. The mayor of the city of Sarajevo. Welcome. And I would like to call on stage Samo Turel, the mayor of the city of Nova Gorica. Please take here. There will be another mayor coming as well. He's coming from Ragusa. He's got a long way coming up the coast, so from Dubrovnik. And he's on the way. He's coming with the plane. And we will, integrate him into this story as well. Because, of course, we heard about the Disneyland of cities. And Dubrovnik has a real challenge there. And every city has their own challenges. And as Peter was saying, there is no ideal city. It's a city which fits to the citizens, to the economy, to the challenges, and to the positioning. And I would love to start, excuse me if I jump, even though you being the host for this one, I would love to jump to Nova Gorica. Nova Gorica has a unique position. The unique position of being, there are a lot of borders, there are a lot of cultures, there is a lot of discussions. And you are the host of the cultural city of Europe this year, right? And I think the topic there is Go 25, Go Beyond.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Samo Turel. I'm the mayor of Nova Gorica, a small city, 13,000 inhabitants, right on the Italian border, so west West Slovenia. Let me just, first of all, in a couple of words, introduce how Nova Gorica came into being. It's a very young city. The cornerstone was laid in 1948, so after the Second World War, when the Paris Treaty set the border between Slovenia and Italy, the border which separated houses from barns, which separated relatives, which separated friends. In one instance, it cut a graveyard into half. So not even the dead had the peace of being buried in their own land. So then it was decided that on the then Yugoslav border, something new had to be built. Something, as Edvard Ravnikar, who was the urbanist who laid down the ground plan, he said, let's build something new, something that will shine across the border. And so Nova Gorica was started to be built in a place that was once the graveyard of neighboring Gorizia on the other side of the border. So we have all kinds of different challenges, issues, all kinds of different opportunities as well, as being a city built ab initio, as we call it. We are trying to set a network of cities that have such a history as ours. And yes, the border was there physically for 80 years. Then when Slovenia joined the European Union and afterwards Schengen, the border fell. It still remains in somebody's heads. So in 2017, it was decided to make a bid to become the European capital of culture. For the first time, two cities from two different countries bidding with the same bid book. And this award was then in 2020 awarded, and this year we bear the title of European Capital of Culture. For the first time in 40 years that this title is being awarded, it was awarded to two cities in two different countries, and our slogan is Go Borderless.
Go borderless.
Go borderless. That's our slogan. And one of the things that we did for our Capital of Culture is to rebuild the square that lies just in front of our railway station that was built in 1906. It was one of the oldest buildings in Nova Gorica as the northern railway station of neighboring Gorizia at that time. But the border was set 30 meters in front of the railway station, so cutting a square into half. We rebuilt this square and we call it Europe Square now.
Excellent.
And it is the place where the inauguration of our Capital of Culture took place. It's also the place where the celebration with then European Commissioner Romano Prodi took place when Slovenia, among other countries, joined the European Union. So the topics that we are discussing now are very much in what we do. We are trying to rebuild the tissue between the citizens of the two cities. Gorizia on the other side is a medieval town with more or less the same amount of inhabitants, but it has also a very strong Slovenian community, Slovenian minority living on the other side. So our goal is, through culture, try to resaw this tear that came into being with the setting of the border, and through culture try to overcome all the difficulties, all the challenges that we still have, and try to really build we are trying to call it a conurbation. A conurbation, that's a coined word, but as me and my colleague Rodolfo Ziberna, who is the mayor of Gorizia, keep saying, we are two cities with one heart, and that's the goal of our Capital of Culture. Thank you.
Beautiful. So we see, give him a big round of applause. The cultural capital. And building a tissue, I think that's really the one of binding, bringing them together. So what we have here as well is the city of well-being and recreational activities. Is there something happening around, sports is bringing people together. Sports is, it's dividing. Sometimes, it depends on if you're for Dynamo or Hajduk or whatever. Or it's bringing together the people and doing things, experiencing things together. Are you building on this tissue as well, on this regenerative and, regenerative stories?
Yeah. According to the new European Bauhaus, we, for the European Capital of Culture, didn't build anything new.
Okay.
We tried to refurbish, restructure the things that were neglected, that were somehow forgotten. There is a belt right along the border, right along the railway station that was somehow forgotten from both sides of the border. We regard it as something that's behind our backs on the Slovenian side, and the same happened on the other side. So we focused on this region. We rebuilt an old railway warehouse that now we call our Epic Center. And it's the place where a museum will be built, a museum recounting the story of the border through the eyes of the people living there. This Saturday, right here on the border, we are opening a new basketball court.
Right.
We joined forces with Goran Dragic, a very known Slovenian basketball player, and with Gigi Datome, which is an Italian basketball player. So with the help of them, we are opening this Saturday a new basketball court that's half dedicated to Gigi Datome and half dedicated to Goran Dragic, built according to all sustainability standards and made accessible for everybody. And it's literally 5 meters from the border between the two states.
I think a perfect example how to reach high to come together. So thank you for this example. Thank you, Tomo. So I would like to move on to Sarajevo. So Sarajevo, last year I think it was, Blaj, we had your vice mayor here. She was a sportive. She comes from skiing as far as I could recall. So sports is in the very heart of Sarajevo. We all saw it on the Olympic Games. We were all part of it. I can just remember myself sitting in front of the TV set, a Grundig TV set, and watching what was happening in Sarajevo. Now you came a long way, and what is your story there? What's happening in Sarajevo on, bringing a city of well-being together and bringing the people together and rejuvenating the place?
First of all, good morning to everybody. Dobro jutro, lijep pozdrav Ljubljani, dragim Ljubljančanima i Ljubljančankama iz Olimpijskog Sarajeva. Hvala vam na svemu što ste do sada uradili. Couple words on the Bosnian language, so I think that you can understand, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thanks to city of Ljubljana and go for site for invite us here, and really like as mayor, I can be proud and tell to everybody here in this hall that Ljubljana and Sarajevo has a sister agreement, and we are really close connected between cities. Congratulations to city of Ljubljana, Mr. Zoran Jankovic and former mayors, to create one city who is an example in the European Union how can be resilient and a great place for living. We're trying to same to do in Olympic city of Sarajevo with the many daily political challenges, but okay. We are Bosnians and Herzegovinians, and I think finally that we will survive. No, it's really is not a joke because every day we have many challenges. But I think Bosnia and Herzegovina is growing up every day, and we are on the road to be part of the big family of European Union, and I hope. In the sport language, I think that we will qualify very soon.
Very well.
Such Sarajevo is one great city with 425,000 citizens. The people in Sarajevo is mostly really with the open heart and open hands, and we know what is the high quality of the life, and I'm really proud to advise audience here in this hall that last year the tourists from 90 countries around the world visit Sarajevo.
Excellent.
We receive award by National Geographic, like most popular point. I mean, not touristic. Such a city where you can come to be safe, to be enjoy great time during those visits, and of course, gastronomic platform is maybe one of the best in the region of ex-Yugoslavia. Around the sport activities, Sarajevo is trying to rebuild infrastructure objects, especially in the Olympic Mountains, around the Sarajevo, Igman, Bjelašnica, of course, Jahorina in part of the Republika Srpska. But we are working together and really trying to close any kind of the barriers between any daily political issues. Right now, our Department of Sustainability Development in the city of Sarajevo is working every day in many European Union projects. Some of my colleagues is here, so he will be in a forum. Mr. Dervish Haji Muhammedagic, so he will present you about cycling track. And anyway, I think Sarajevo now is one of most popular cities. Okay, we are still not part of European Union, but people wants to come. 39 direct connection from Sarajevo to other European cities. And Sarajevo Film Festival is the most big cultural event. Not only Sarajevo Film Festival is cultural event, is the event who is collecting people with a open heart and not only shaking hands, but with the love, with the prosperity of arts, of course, in a movie industry. So Sarajevo is starting to be maybe a point where the people meet Europe, unique Europe with a multicultural and other aspects.
Thank you so much for this insights. Thank you. Give a hand of applause here.
Thank you.
So, yes, Sarajevo is really on a challenging point, and I really understand that. And, you know, we as Europe coming together, that's what we have to do. We have to be beyond borders. We have to think beyond borders and to come together and work together. So you want to add on this one?
Just a couple of words. Couple days ago, High Commissioner Marta Kos, of course, she was born here in Slovenia. She visited us and she signed the agreement with Luigi Soreca, High Commissioner of European Union, about Arsaevi, big art museum. So we hope in the end of her mandate and my mandate, this art museum should be done in the heart of the city of Sarajevo, and we are really proud of that. Thanks to our partners in the European Union to support us, and like I told you in the beginning of our speech, trust to my words, we will qualify and we will be true part of the European Union family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So it's always dangerous when I'm on stage to be sitting in the first row. I'm looking over there just to make the connection quickly. So Miha, you heard about this new museum coming up. I think the next Art Expo, Sarajevo?
We will discuss it at coffee, of course.
It's about making connections and making things.
We were thinking about that before, but we just need the right man to talk to, and I think.
So let's do this. This is how we make it, making things happening, going out of the slide deck and to real action. Now coming back to you, to Ljubljana as the lighthouse for the region. I think it's sort of, running up. So Vienna, of course, is a lighthouse in this kind of area, but Ljubljana is a lighthouse as well, and I hear it in many talks, and I hear many of these discussions around that. And so Martin was explaining that the citadel is sort of trying to get into the city, to be part of the city. So how do you integrate in Ljubljana these facilities into your wider urban development strategies to be sustainable, smart, and resilient? Because what we are seeing is, and Martin was mentioning it, we are facing, heavy weather events, strong weather events. We will face some droughts. We will have some heat waves coming up. So we really have to look into a world beyond the 3+ degrees. This is the world we are living in and going towards. So how do you integrate that into your urban planning?
Okay, thank you first for the invitation, of course, and a little history maybe on the sports field. Ljubljana was the second city in Europe who established a sports club. It was in 1863.
Wow.
It was called South Sokol. It was like a big soccer movement at the time, come from the Czech Republic. The first was in Czech Republic in 1862. Mm-hmm. So we have a long history of sporting, and I must say that Miro Cerar here and me, we are connected. Of course, we are part of this club, and his father, he was the owner of the gold Olympic medal in Tokyo in gymnastics.
Wow.
So he was also the member of this club, and this club is connected to Illyria, and I'm still a president of the club. And I was a president in 2001. I don't know why so long, but okay, it comes like this. And then Peter came. Right. Peter won the tender in 2001, and it was really beautiful. And still today, it's more beautiful than Illyria. It was happening now. And we were fighting together, really. He was coming every Wednesday to Ljubljana. We have a meeting also with the president of Illyria swimming club, and we're thinking how to move on, what will be, so, and it happened. So this is really, and he's still alive when we say, so it was like this. But in that time, we were talking, we have a very good saying that we didn't talking about sports in that time, but it was physical culture. Mm. So the people who was involving to the sports programming was not only to be physical active, but also minded active also. And then sports came in late from, of course, from England, because sports means competitive movements, not recreational, and we somehow want to be modern in Slovenia too, so then we take sports, but we have a really nice saying of culture, of physical culture, because it combines more than only physical activities, because in that time they have also culture, they have theaters, they have puppet theaters, they have big events where they were doing also physical and also dancing, so it's a little bit of history. And then our mayor decided to go to the elections, and in 2006 he rented an office in the middle of the city and invited all the citizens to come to this office and say how they see Ljubljana in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And for all those proposals, it was over 5,000 proposals, we made a list. And on that list were also part that was dedicated to the sport. And we have decided to build most general sports like basketball, football, gymnastic, athletic, swimming, and something else. And 4 of them was putting on the agenda first, because it was 21 projects that will come out of all this discussion as his program. And then it wasn't Illyria inside. And then we talk, oh, why, how to put Illyria? Then we send one lady to this office with him, to this open office, and said, Illyria should it be. We have planning, we talk about, we know everything, so we should. And then there was 22 projects. Illyria came inside this project, right. And it was the first time that one mayor said, if you vote me, this project will be end in, I don't know, 2018 November, and all the projects have dates. Also, and we were, and then we made, after this, we made a strategy of and vision of Ljubljana 2007-2025. And we was lucky that our mayor chose our deputy mayor, Professor Koželi at the time, urbanist, and we have also lucky that we have Miran Gajšek as a head of the Department of Urbanism, and they're really strong. They're not only experts on the field, but they have very wide mind and very wide knowledge. So we were following those steps, no matter of the obstacles we have, but go straight, follow. So first there was Stožice, then of course there was a gymnastic hall new, and then we are making also the plans for the athletic stadium of the Illyria, and in the meantime we made two others, smaller swimming pools, renew, and also others, public spaces with the open fitness and so much so. And that was in our, because I began with the history that is in people in Ljubljana, in Slovenia people, that we are part of the sport or the recreation of the physical culture is part of our being, well-being in Ljubljana. So it wasn't so hard to have ideas. It was harder to execute it. And when we say Vienna, I must say, and when our mayor began the mandate, he said, we want Ljubljana to be organized like Vienna and to have fun like in Barcelona. But today it's only Ljubljana. So, as I said, so it was really, we attended all forums like this one in the past. So we were consuming the ideas, the good practices for other cities to be, and this is what you said before, that other cities are taking the good ideas from Ljubljana. And in the end, with our thinking, with our planning, we got the biggest reward for us. I think it's the biggest reward the one city in Europe can get, Green Capital of Europe, because we have to fulfill 12 very strong criteria about different areas, about the air pollution, about the sustainable traffic, about the water maintaining. But we did, because we did so many things before, that we even don't know that Ljubljana will get this prize. Right. So it was constantly, maybe that's for the beginning.
Thank you for this journey as well. And yeah, basically it starts where people come together and do something together and not compete at the beginning. So that's basically where sports and recreation and, do something. I think it was the Romans said, mens sana in corpore sano. And to have a clear mind, you need a healthy body and a healthy environment. Thank you for this one. So coming back to this question of, Peter just inspired me on this one, and saying now we have to do the planning for the future, and we see what's coming there. We see the sea level rise, we see the temperature rise, we see the extreme weather events coming up, and we see the heat waves, being consistently around, and or floods are being around. And so the question is, how do we build resilient infrastructures that help the people to go through this? So maybe you can elaborate a bit about this one, Samo, what you do in Nowa Gorica about, really taking care. I know you've got, a lot of wind coming through Ljubljana and, this area, so there's a lot happening there. And as well, you've got heavy, thunderstorms. I remember once I was passing through that and basically didn't see anything because it was the whole thunderstorm was sitting there for a long time. So how do you cope with this, with your urban planning on recreational sports areas?
Well, as all urban planning, also the field of planning sport facilities has to deal with this kind of questions of resilience regarding climate change, but also regarding other issues. We are quite geographically somehow circled on one side about the border. On that topic, maybe a couple of words in a few minutes. On the other side, we have mountains and we have two rivers that flow near Nova Gorica, so we are geographically landlocked, to call it this way. So we have to deal with all kinds of questions of high waters, of high wind speed, and of landslides. That's also another issue that we have, because the hills that are the backdrop of Nova Gorica are full of underground water. So we have to deal with that. The sports complex that exists in Nova Gorica was planned when Nova Gorica started to be built. Right. So now it's also, in a way, landlocked. So there is a sports complex which is quite big, and it's we are trying to modernize it and to keep it up to speed with modern standards. But there are residential buildings all around. So we are trying to find a way to start building another sports complex on the outskirts, maybe, of Nova Gorica. And our goal, together, we are planning this together with the University of Nova Gorica, with their faculty, to build it modularly and to build it in a sustainable way, so that all the modern DNSH standards are taken into consideration. But our goal is also to make it accessible to everybody. So there's another kind of topic that we have to think about. So public mobility, urban transport, and things like that. And the other goal that at least me and my colleague Ziberna are discussing now is to plan also sports infrastructure together, both cities. Excellent. Two cities that have in common 26,000 inhabitants. Do they really need two football stadiums? Yeah. Do they really need two multi-purpose sports complex? Or should we decide what's built in one city and what's built in the other city, and then use them to the best of our abilities? So that's another question that we have to think really thoroughly, because although we are in the common market of the European Union, there are still some bureaucratic, some administrative issues that make it difficult to plan things together like this. But climate change doesn't know borders. Yeah. Flash floods, river flooding, the river that starts in Slovenia and ends in Italy doesn't know the borders. And people are now, my kids, the youngsters, they are not saying more, I'm going to Nova Gorica or I'm going to Gorizia. They say, I'm going to that and that restaurant, or I'm going to that and that bar. And that must happen also with sport infrastructure. I'm going to that and that gym, regardless if it's on one side of the border or on the other. So that are the issues or the challenges that we face, and we must discuss and plan accordingly.
Thanks, Samo, for this perfect example. And that basically recurs as well to the question what Blaž was raising of Generation Z. Because it's not about us baby boomers. It's not, it's the next generation. We're building for the next generation, the generation afterwards, and what kind of surrounding they want to live in and they want to, participate in being part of. So the concept of sponge cities is always coming up on, when we have these heavy weather events. And I think, sports places, recreational areas, I think they're calling for sponge city solutions. Are you looking into these ones as well?
Yeah, the new basketball court that I explained that we are opening this Saturday also functions as a retaining space, retaining for in case high waters come to this part of Nova Gorica, it will serve also this purpose. So everything we do, we are trying to do having in mind all that can happen in this field so that we can address this kind of issues with what we do multi-purposefully. So yeah. This basketball field will serve as a retaining basin in case of high waters, yes.
Excellent. You were nodding, and it felt like it sounded familiar to you. So what were you doing in Sarajevo?
First, this morning many times my colleague mentioned it to the basketball. Okay, I'm former professional basketball player. I play.
I was tempted to ask. To ask.
Yes. So just to let you know, to some younger people here in the hall, many Yugoslavian teams. I mean, famous Yugoslavian teams came to physical and, of course, tactical preparation here in Slovenia, Kranjska Gora, and some other places. So still there is famous clubs who is coming in Slovenia to make tournaments and preparation. So they improve every day and they're thinking in the future. I will a little bit make one digression because we have another projects. I am elected 2.5 months ago. I've been Minister of the Culture and Sport in the government of Canton Sarajevo, and after that I was Deputy Mayor. And in the beginning of my mandate, I mentioned to the project Clear River Miljacka, who is in the heart of the city. But all of us, we are looking on our river, who is now very, very dirty. But it's very important for the people who's coming in Sarajevo, who's like running, drive, cycles, walk. So the Clean River Miljacka must be our generation and main project in my mandate, and really I deeply believe that we will finalize. Now, of course, there is a lot of people who's thinking about investment, about money, but I think first of all that we can find good investors, and I mean financial supports, but more important that we have already strategic document ready with one expert groups. It's around 28 people. So they are talking about Clear River Miljacka, but they're thinking about sustainable life, resilience, and everything what the Sarajevo need. About infrastructure in Sarajevo, there is a couple sports hall. We have 2 big stadiums of famous football clubs, Football Club Željezničar and Football Club Sarajevo. But still they must be rebuilt. They start to rebuild because they don't have a category. I think UEFA has a category 4th to play in the national stadium. Sports hall Skanderia is the very famous sport hall. I grew up there, but now the birthday of Skanderia will be very soon 60 years old.
Wow.
A lot of people in Sarajevo is thinking about tradition, so some of them, they want to keep Skanderia on the same level, but the youngest generation, they want to rebuild Skanderia, keep it in the same level, but totally rebuild it inside with the all modern setup that you can organize highest level of competition. So there is other challenges, but Sarajevo now is the city which is hosting many marathons, half marathons, other racings. The people wants to be part inside in the life of normal citizens, but Sarajevo has challenged by traffic issues, so sometimes it's very difficult, and the people is making problems. Okay, during the weekend it can be blocked, but during the working days is not possible. Right. I think Ljubljana has many good examples, and we will try to exchange experience of Ljubljana and maybe implement in Sarajevo. And one of the reasons that I'm here is the talk about that kind of the good experience. So Sarajevo will continue on the hard work, and I hope we will succeed finally. Thank you.
Thank you for this one. Yeah. So I think give a hand. So Peter, I'm looking over to you because you might have the numbers. So I think something around 80% of all the cities are built along a river, right? Along a river? Is that the number? Is that?
Well, I'm not really aware of the figure, but I think the creation of cities at the river was always one reason to found the city.
So basically, the rivers are in the core of our living because they were supplying us with a lot of things, with a lot of water, and coming together. And at the same time, they are challenging to get them clean, to get them as a center as they are. And I think Ljubljana has accessible to be to the river, a perfect example how to do that. My hometown is Nuremberg, and we've got in the middle of the city the Pegnitz, and it was a totally neglected area. It was dividing the city in two halves, and it was just sitting there. Now the mayors understood, okay, there is a water concept, and now they're building along the water line because it gives the people a place to come, to meet, to recreate, and to find sort of relaxation as well, having the fresh air. So could you explain a bit more what you did about the rivers here in Ljubljana?
Of course. First, I would like to say maybe a few words because it's what we're talking about the urbanism. It is crucial. And as I said, we have very prominent people like Mira and Gaishen who decided where those facilities of sports, which I was talking before, will take place. And they found the spaces in the city plan, and we put them there because they know that this is safe, there is environmental goods, and this was one step. As you mentioned, the rivers, of course, in those days where the rain is very heavy sometimes, we didn't expect it, the rivers have to be clean, have to be maintained, and in Slovenia wasn't so good. So that also was the part of the flooding. It was happening, but now after this big flooding 2 years ago, now we are regulated this rivers in the whole, also in Ljubljana, and Mira Gajšek now is in the head of those renovation. So I believe it will go in the right way also, and that will be one of the instruments that will provide safety, maybe more safety also to the city of Ljubljana and also to the sports facilities, of course, right, because they are located. But as I mentioned, this year, this summer, we opened another swimming pool, and this swimming pool is lying near the riverbank Ljubljanica. And idea was, of course, to make a swimming pool, to make a place for lying, for get the sunlight, but not touch the bank of the river, but renew it like it is in the nature. So you can go from the swimming pool to the riverbank on the grass, so it's left not touch with the concrete or something like this.
Right.
And it is really nice. It's touch nature with and also the swimming pool were built mostly the facilities in wood. So it's a wooden part. It's very sustainable and it's very nice. But also tomorrow at 1 o'clock with Peter, you will see that Illyria is self-sufficient object because we are using water that is 75 meters below. It is also the water for our beer factory. It was earlier, so it's very good water. And then we made a recuperation and the panel, the solar panels,
right.
and it's somehow a self-sufficient object. It's very modern, and it was, of course, his idea because he's really a matter to the nature and to sustainability as long as I know him. So, and of course, when are doing this, we are always looking for the most modern technology that
right.
we can put in our new facilities,
Right.
and this will be further on. So
Fantastic. Right. So yeah, if you can drink it, you can swim in it. Yeah. So yeah.
Maybe we should say that Ljubljana water is one of the best waters because there is no chemical additives.
Right.
So we have 59 water fountain around the city, and our also touristic slogan was that we made, because I don't know why they are not here today, we have special bottles made for the Milan Expo. And it was a hand on the water, on the bottle,
so you
like
could
this.
grab
It's a hand. Yeah, but it's a hand of the guy from Somalia when there is no water.
Oh yeah.
So he put the hand in the glue and be somehow transferring to the water and say, let's prevail this water because there are people who don't have water. We have enough water, and also try to call tourists not to buy a plastic bottle water but buy this one, which is from glass, and refill it on those every day on those water. So and they say that Illyria swimming pool, the swimmers, where is competition, they said that this is very good water, one of the best waters that are floating somehow, and the swimming is very good, and they're very satisfied. So the water in Ljubljana is good. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm really looking forward for the swim. So let's jump into, it's about what's happening, what can we learn from each other, and you heard a lot of stories here about the recreational approaches. You heard about what these different cities are doing, the different approaches from tissues to cleaning rivers for inviting the water to come to the water. And I would like to open now the stage to you as the audience, and audience is not the real word, the interaction. Because, in social media, interaction is the game, not being seen and not being heard, but the interaction part is the one which really counts. So I would like to open up now the stage, and for the questions coming out of the audience, what you want to learn together, what questions you have. Maybe we might have some, experience from you, Lorenzo, and see, Brazil, what your thinking is on this one, or you might have some whatever interaction coming from you, Micha, and saying, okay, how to put art into the game. So the floor is open to the questions from the audience, to the distinguished experts of managing, a pretty juggling thing to provide on one side employment and on the other side a well-being. Here it is. Any questions in the room? Blaž.
Just one remark to break the ice, so I will not put a question, but please go ahead. We still wait a mayor from Dubrovnik because of the delay of the flight, so mayor will join us there from Dubrovnik for presenting the city of Dubrovnik, but now please take the floor, and if you have an opportunity, you see city managers are with us, mayors, so I break the ice, but you put the question.
Or you could even pitch solutions, you know, it's the unique position now. Lorenzo.
Okay, good morning all. Thank you for the great explanations that each one of you have given us. So my question goes a little bit more on how to comply with different stakeholders that you have in your cities. Because you have discussed as mayor talking to your counterpart on the other side, but there's not only two that make decisions. So how do you cope with the different stakeholders, the different elements of society to achieve what is best for all?
Okay, everything that we do in planning in the field of urbanism, we always try to do it according to a proceeding, to a procedure that involves work groups or public presentations, public discussions, preparing papers that are then put through the scrutiny of different stakeholders, and we try, whenever it's possible, we listen to them always, but we try to implement and to take into account their ideas that sometimes might bring a view from another perspective that we as politicians didn't see. So we try to take their suggestions, their criticisms sometimes into account and try to incorporate them in what we do. So the urban planning is always quite long and laborsome proceeding that involves public scrutiny from different stakeholders that have different opinions. Sometimes what I find is that we are faced with the clash of different public interest, so that we have to navigate through this or to put it in sport terms, to ski along this very difficult route and to try to decide or to find a solution on how to make it so that no public interest is completely disregarded. But as you can imagine, we have the nature conservation on one side, the historical value on the other side, and the economy that wants its share or its part of the space. So we have to navigate through this clash of different public interests. And that's always done through discussion, always done through open field meetings and workshops, and then try to incorporate that. But at the end, somebody has to decide, and that then goes through the city council, and the politicians decide, and what's the ultimate adoption of the plan. And then the politicians go through elections again. So that's the main course of action. Thank you.
So thank you, Samo. Right, so in the meantime, dobro jutro. Mato Frankovic, the mayor of the city of Dubrovnik, Ragusa, I was mentioning, arrived due to traffic conditions that seemed to be hard to come here. So please give him a big round of applause on this one. And we are so happy to have you here on this roundtable of the mayors. And we've got the mayor of the city of Nova Gorica, the mayor of Sarajevo, and the vice mayor of the city of Ljubljana here on the stage together with you. And we had some introductory talks about what the future of cities are and what is happening there and how important it is not to waste land, not to give it away, to have an urban sprawl. We were looking into where the recreational areas should be, how to be inclusive for the society, how to interact with the urban living and not putting it somewhere aside, being somewhere outside, but being integrated. And now we are, of course, and Mr. Avedic was saying he's here as well as we all are on an explorer mind. We want to learn, and so We would love to learn, and I know it's a hard start, just coming from the airport right through and chasing up the castle and being on time somehow, to learn a bit more about what's happening in Dubrovnik. And I know you have basically two lives in your city. So you've got the life of tourists coming in and doing whatever they do, and at the same time having citizens living in the city of Dubrovnik and not being the Disneyland for whoever. And then to integrate into this one as well recreational areas, sports premises, and to include that into a living urban society, urban space. We would love to learn what's happening there. So maybe
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Once again, apology because of being late. Unfortunately, due to strong wind in Dubrovnik, at the beginning plane couldn't land in Dubrovnik, and then it was pretty hard to take it off. But finally, I'm here. I'm very honored to be here to tell you a few words about a case study about Dubrovnik and where we were in a recent past and where we are now. Currently, of course, Dubrovnik is a city made out of 42,000 inhabitants. And when overlooking at the city of 42,000 inhabitants, it seems in a size of the world city is very small city. But on the end of the day, Dubrovnik is at least 10 months' time, city of almost 200,000 people staying in, either spending overnight or coming on a daily excursion. I will tell you just an information that throughout the year, through the historical site of Dubrovnik, passes around 4.7 million people.
Wow.
So this is a big number.
Yeah.
And everything needs to be smooth, everything needs to be clean, everything needs to be nice and shiny, and at the same time, you have the citizens.
Yes.
They are the most important. But at the beginning, when I took a role as a mayor of Dubrovnik back in 2017, I faced many challenges. One of the main challenges was actually the UNESCO warning letter, which was sent to the city of Dubrovnik, and they stated that we are step far to become again a world endangered UNESCO heritage site. Now, not due to war destructions, but due to tourist distractions, due to the mass tourism.
Right.
So at the same time, you have almost 80% of inhabitants living out of the tourism.
Yeah.
So that is their only income.
Yeah.
And you have UNESCO saying and warning you, guys, you are doing something wrong. My team, we didn't have a time. There was no time. In 15 days, major headlines of Daily Telegraph, BBC, CNN, Sky News, ABC were writing story about that of Dubrovnik, city that is dying under great pressure of mass tourism. So something had to be done. I worked in tourism before that. My career was in tourism. So actually what we did, we divided tourism in Dubrovnik in different categories, and we approach to each of those categories on different side, and a different way. We have to be aware that in tourism, whatever you do, whatever you change, it cannot be done overnight.
Yeah.
There is no shut on and off light, you know. You need to take it gently, do it smoothly. It takes time.
Right.
First, we approached to the cruise ships, and we said, guys, there cannot be more 6 cruise ships at the same time, and you cannot stay for 4 hours, come and go, take a photo, and goodbye. This is not going to be a good story for us. But we want a partnership with you, a long-term partnership. And let's do it step by step. Our final goal was not more than 2 cruise ships at the same time, and not less than 8 hours. They usually stayed for 4 hours. But what 4 hours mean? Come and go.
Some
What
ice
8
cream.
hours mean?
Yeah.
8 hours is a guarantee that they will stay 10 hours, because then they do a overnight sail from Dubrovnik to Venice or to some other city in Italy, and this is something that is good for Dubrovnik, for the economy. Then people, of course, enjoy. They taste Dubrovnik restaurants, they go in the museums, they do excursions, they have time, and they are regular tourists. And step by step, in a 3.5 years time, we sorted that, and that now runs perfectly. After that, we had the main gate, Pile Gate, where majority of tourists is coming, entrance to the old city, and over there the buses, coaches are coming. So I asked my operator, does he have information how many buses is going to be at a certain day in the city of Dubrovnik? And he said, no, I just charge them a fee. And then I said, okay, how much did we have yesterday? He said 230. I said, okay, 230, double that by 35, 40 approximately passengers, you have an extra cruise ship.
Yes.
We have a problem. So we implemented a page which we called Bus Web Shop, where you are obligated to reserve a slot and time of coming, departing, and then you have every half an hour 7 buses slot. So if there is no slot, you cannot come.
You cannot come. Right.
So you have to book it prior to your arrival. Step by step, we put that in order. In order to control our success, because no one ever believes you if you say, I'm successful. They'll say, come on.
Yeah.
It's politicians.
Yeah.
So we put the people counters inside of the city of Dubrovnik. So at any point, we know now currently how many people are within the city walls. Some of them are restaurants, some of them are on the city walls, some of them are in offices, but within historical site, at any point, we know the number of people. We did a carrying capacity study, and with that study, we conclude that sustainable number of visitors at one time within the historical site, it's 11,200.
Okay.
And as I explained, we did this first step, we did the second step with daily excursions, and then we did the third step. The third step was the hardest one. Those tourists that are staying overnight in Dubrovnik, how to reach them, how to contact them. It's not that easy. So we implemented 2.5 years ago, a digital culture card, which we call Dubrovnik Pass.
Yeah.
Dubrovnik Pass, it's an income to the city of Dubrovnik. So you buy Dubrovnik Pass, you get the entrance to the city walls, to all the museums, free bus rides, you get everything for unique price of just entrance ticket to the city walls. So everyone wants to visit city walls. So then we are sending a message, if you want to visit city walls, it's cheaper to you to buy Dubrovnik Pass, you get it for the same price, and you have much more.
Yeah.
Why is that? And why was that important for us? Dubrovnik Pass was a tool of communication. We send you a message. We see where are you. We can control the groups. And now from the next year, you will be obligated, when you buy Dubrovnik Pass, you will be obligated to reserve a time when are you going to go on the city walls or somewhere else. You can choose 3 times, and then you are not under pressure. So you are not waiting in a line, in a queue, and etc. So we are giving a higher quality service. This year, we will end around 20 million euro traffic through the Dubrovnik Pass. It's most selling European culture card, 20 million euro just within 1 year. All of this that was done was actually, as a final result, we didn't have this year and the last year even one problem, considering queues, problems, jams, anything. The number of people never ever exceeded number of 10,000 200, never at any point. And from this year, we implemented a special traffic zone around the old city, where we say not everyone can anymore drive a car around the old city, just the citizens of Dubrovnik. All the rest need to park somewhere else, and then they can come to the city. And the quality of life now it's much, much higher. All of these decisions that now, when I'm talking about them, seems pretty easy and pretty normal, were politically very hard. Every time, of course, I was attacked from one side of the business. You know, you are crazy, you are a lunatic, you are going to ruin everything. Dubrovnik will lose economy. And on the end of the day, now, after so many years, this is now eighth year, now they see the result. And when I speak often about sustainable tourism, people have to be aware of something. If you want to have sustainable cities with the sustainable tourists, they cannot be sustainable by themselves. They are sustainable with rules and regulations. Without rules and regulations that are strict, that are normal, and that are equal for everyone, there are no sustainable cities.
I think a beautiful example. Should give a round of applause on this one. I do think Mato really is a perfect example how to use the digital world to imply and to conduct and to curate the flow by adding value on one side, at the same time providing control and regulation system. By not being imposing something onto, you have to obey, but it feels like I get added value, and at the same time you get the control over it. So it's a beautiful example how our smart city, that's where we started, came to place to be an intelligent city. So thank you again for this beautifully, we should, because it's so hard to balance on both sides of saying, okay, here's the economic part of it, and here's the tourist added value, here's the tourist operators, and that's the city. So Mato, by managing this second life story, it's basically a shadow, or maybe should be other way around, whatever. The citizen you mentioned has to be in the center. So we were talking about recreational areas and having access, being reliable and resilient and all this. So do you have some sort of recreational areas as well in place and building and having a vision for your citizen on that? Just not for the tourists to be on the city walls, or not being the tourists and jumping into the water and having a beautiful swim in the Adriatics. Is there something in your planning on this?
So that is our second goal. So when we said we want the city of 365-day tourism, where people can come in the off-season and enjoy in Dubrovnik. And this is a sport activities. So except Dubrovnik Motion, which is now half marathon, which is very popular in Dubrovnik, we also have hiking. From next year, we will have first WTA, Women Tennis Tournament, starting in Dubrovnik in March, and we will open a season in March. We now, just a few days ago, we received a building permit for the new sport hall, which can accommodate all the world context within the sport halls. So many representatives, many different sports could come in future in Dubrovnik in the winter time, even for practice or for competition. And there we see ourselves. We said, okay, Dubrovnik is culture, Dubrovnik is sea, but Dubrovnik can offer something else. It's nice climate. During the winter time, it's a mild climate, and it's good even for practice or for the competitions. So we decided to go in a sport hall, in a big sport hall activities. There are, of course, many other that want to build some other kind of infrastructure. Our project is for 65 million euros. We got a grant just recently from European Investment Bank. Unfortunately, we cannot finance it with EU funds since it's absolutely commercial project.
Right.
But anyways, on the end of the day, we said we are going there because we do want to think on a long track. At the same time, that sport hall will be a music hall as well. We created a joint project, to have opportunity in a time when you do not have a sport activities or competitions, to have a music concerts and things like that, because this is also something that we as a city of culture need and of course want to have. So I see our future as a bright future, and the only things that stress me as a person, as a mayor and as a politician, as you know, I'm a member of Croatian National Parliament as well, is actually a situation in the world, which is unstable, which is quite problematic, and all of us do not know what is going to happen, not tomorrow, but in 2 hours' time. So we are living, and we have to be aware of that, we are living in very awkward times. And I hope that the world leaders will find the peace between themselves, firstly, because only peace brings prosperity, nothing else. Europe was so long in the peace, and after 80 years of living in a peace, there was a prosperity. Every war brings just destruction and poverty. So I hope that world leaders will think about that before taking hard decisions.
Thank you, Tamo, for this. What else should we say? Peace is what we need. Thank you, Tamo, for this insight and for this closing remarks. Samo, Samir, Dejan, thank you very much for having you with all this knowledge here on this stage. I'm very humbled to have you here in this conversation, and please reach out, connect with each other. So maybe we get up for a photo, and then thank you very much for this one. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you. Thank you, Sami. Samo, Tamo, thank you very much. Hvala. Thank you very much. So it's on me to announce now what? The coffee break. Please connect, please reach out, come together. Oh, first the comment photo. First the comment photo, sorry. Željko is going to lead us. Željko to the stairs.
vidiš tvojo nekam, ker so tukaj vse.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Also on my behalf, I'm grateful for the schedule. It's always good to have a panel after the coffee break and not after lunch. So thank you once again to organizers and all the previous speakers. It is my pleasure to welcome you to session 3. Session 3, Cities for the Future. Today we will reflect on how our cities can evolve into true spaces of, as we heard, surviving and well-being. I will stick to well-being as well, and I will also say why. Socially, economically, and of course environmentally. When we speak about the city of the future, we often first think of technology and smart systems, which are really important in today's world. But I think the core question is about the people, how we live, how we work, how we move, and how we care about each other. The city must be, I think, more than a collection of the buildings. I think it's a platform for living, for surviving, for well-being. And for my own research, as an urban planner and researcher, I see cities increasingly taking on the role of negotiator. This is really important to me, because I see the cities mediate between private investors and public interests, between growth and equality, between speed of markets and long-term needs of the citizens. So I think the balance is through the negotiation is the hot topic of today's cities. In my PhD research, I'm learning from 3 cities, from London, Vienna, and Ljubljana. It's particularly on the topic of affordable housing developments. So in London, negotiations are often continuous. They continue almost till the end of the building, the houses. And in Vienna is the opposite. There is a nice model of where affordability is embedded into the system, plus they use really good negotiation tool as urban contracts and other tools. And in Ljubljana, we have on the other side, on the other hand, we realize more on normative models. So if we quickly compare, if we do the short comparison, the negotiation capacity is the defining feature of the future cities. That's what I believe. And well, I also followed I'm following the project of cities of mayors were describing in previous panel. I learned a lot about challenges of Sarajevo, Dubrovnik, and other, Nova Gorica, of course, with all those local fights for greenery and negotiation that I think both the cities, or all 3 of them, including the 4th Ljubljana as well, of course, negotiate in a good way between all the stakeholders. And the idea of negotiation connects directly to the themes of our panel. every single issues we will hear about requires a balancing interest: economy and society, energy and transition, politics, sports as a competition, and sports as a recreation, and so on. So we will have today 5 excellent speakers. I'm really grateful for the selection, and I'm privileged to say a word or two with them, to debate today. And they will guide us through those perspectives. First, Ibon Zugasti will speak about the future of well-being and how the social economy can reduce inequalities as a futurist. Second, yeah? Please come, please join us. Second, Thijs Beek will show us, I believe will show us energy trends and how they shape and possibility of urban futures. Third, Marta Bon. Lep pozdrav. Will bring us insight on sport and recreation as essential of city well-being. And fourth, Rasha Abdel Mawgood. Yes, we met yesterday. Applause for Rasha. Will present us the case of Vienna, where infrastructure and mobility support the city and well-being of the city. And finally, Matthias Ben Bjornhoff will share how foresight help us design future cities with lessons from Copenhagen. So we want to be fair to the audience, to you, and each speaker will have exactly 9 minutes, and I count on help with that. After each talk, I will ask 1 short question, maybe 2 if they're going to be really short, and we will finish with a joint debate, including your reflections. So thank you once again for being here, and I invite now our first speaker, Ibon. Please.
So thank you very much for this introduction, and good to see you, everyone. Thank you very much to my friend Blaž Golov for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here again at Ljubljana Forum, and congratulations for becoming such a relevant, as you said yesterday, a boutique forum for forward-looking for cities. So let me tell you a little bit in my 9 minutes on the future of the cities related to a big challenge all cities have, and humanity has also, how we are addressing inequalities worldwide. Here we have a nice map of what happens with income inequalities in the world. We are talking so much, and I'm so happy that we are speaking about, for instance, about climate change, but we also need to speak about this. This is the source of a lot of political problems we have in the world right now. As you can see in this map, so the darker it gets, the worse is the situation of inequalities, of income inequalities. So I would say in general that the only 3 areas where we have a better situation, macro areas, would be Europe, mainly Canada, which is only 1 country, but very large country, and Australia and some areas in Central Asia. But all in all, the situation is not good at all. And even in those areas where the situation is still good today, prospects for the future could be not so good. So in the Millennium Project, like Blaž Golub mentioned earlier, we already state in the State of the Future 20.0 report that we have kind of a paradox here because we are doing well in terms of reducing inequalities in the world, so global. In terms of reducing poverty in the world, so global poverty is going down, especially when very large countries like China or even India are growing a lot, and they are even creating a new middle class. But the paradox is that at the same time we are increasing inequalities. So when we look at the income inequality, not only it was going worse in the past, but the prospects we have for the next years are that these inequalities are going to keep on growing if we do nothing. So what the WorkTech 2050 report from the Millennium Project said is that there is an inevitability of new economics. So there's a growing concentration of wealth. Income gaps are widening. Employment-less economic growth seems to be the norm. As we see, when we have high economic growth situations, we see that employment is not growing as much as it was growing in the past. So we have a new economic paradigm. Future technologies can replace much of human labor. And long-term structural unemployment is a business-as-usual forecast. So what can we do about that? And let me tell you a little bit in connecting this to the role of cities and regions, how cities and regions can help fight these growing inequalities. And let me tell you a little bit about our case. I come from the Basque Country region in the north of Spain. We are known as an industrial region, like Slovenia as a country is well known also. We still keep 25% of our GDP in industrial activities, which is also a very good thing. But at the same time, we managed to keep a very good Gini index of inequality. So there is an element that makes the Basque case a singular case. Usually in economic theory, there was a correlation in between the size of the government, especially what we call the tax pressure or the level of the taxes in an economy, and the lower inequalities. So in this line, you can see that on the right side, Scandinavian countries were and are well known for having lower inequalities, and the presence of the government and the taxes are a way to redistribute the wealth in the economy. On the other side, we see Southern European countries where levels of inequalities are higher, and the levels of tax pressure on the state is lower compared to those countries. But we have this case of Euskadi, or the Basque Country region, where we have very low inequalities, and at the same time the level of our taxes and the level of the state is not as high as in the case of the best performers. So how comes? What is behind that concrete model? It's a socioeconomic model based on social transformation and competitiveness. We don't understand social cohesion without competitiveness, without business development. So we think they are the two sides of the same coin. And of course, our socioeconomic model is very much based on social enterprise, and especially on industrial cooperatives. These industrial cooperatives, like the case of Mondragon, it's very much based on a democratic system where we have one person, one vote. That's still the system. In an organization with more than 70,000 people and a turnover of around 11 billion euros every year. So this is still a very singular case, which is still existing and hopes to exist for many more years, and it has been here for the last 70 years. So this is a very important part of the way we use the business development to redistribute the wealth. The salary gap, for instance, at the Mondragon Corporation is 1 to 6. You will probably not find any other corporation in the world with this size that has a 1 to 6 salary gap. And this is why we also decided to create this new initiative that I want to announce for the first time here at the Ljubljana Forum, where we are also opening a cooperation with the Ljubljana Forum and with the chair, Mr. Blaž Golob, because we, first of all, we want to learn more on this. One of the, the starting points in foresight is that you need to admit that you don't know everything, and you especially want to know what you don't know. So this is why we have created this new think tank that is called ACET, Arizmendiarrieta Social Economy Think Tank. And this think tank has 3 pillars. The first one as a think tank to create knowledge, to share that knowledge with the academia and with other stakeholders, but also a foresight institute. We don't want only to think about what's happening, but also about what could happen in the future and what could be the role of social enterprise on this. And finally, a social lab, because we want to take this knowledge and the foresight approach into real projects. We already had a forum last year with more than 400 participants, with around 20 governments from around the world. And we want to take all those insights into concrete projects. And last but not least, this was the forum last year. This is the pictures of the International Advisory Committee that we have created with representatives from ILO, from the European Commission, from OECD and other multilateral organizations. And let me just end announcing that next year we are going to have the second Asset Forum starting on November the 12th, and I would like to invite you all to come to San Sebastian to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We all learn from Basque region, and you mentioned from 3 towns to a region. We had a case of Bilbao as well on Ljubljana Vision last year, and maybe because you know so well about our environment, you know Blaž, and what would be your suggestion to Slovenia, which has a lot of little municipalities, no region, and then the state, This is my first personal question as an urban planner. And the other small question is, short question, what are the economies of the future? So please.
Yes, first of all, let me tell you that we still learn from you. What are the top countries in the world on the Gini index? The first one is, by the way, Slovakia. And the second one in the world is Slovenia. And then we have the Scandinavian countries in the very top, like Denmark, Finland, Sweden. But you are the world leaders on income inequalities, on reducing income inequalities. So we are very happy to cooperate with you. We have a very similar socioeconomic background. We are both industrial economies, and you also had a big and still have a big participation of cooperatives in your economy. So that's a very good starting point for our cooperation. And the question is how we increase this approach and how we make it relevant in the future. We think that the key element of it is to create ecosystems. So this is not like when we are talking about solving the employment problem with attracting a multinational corporation. This is really, if we want to keep this socioeconomic model alive in the future, we need to create ecosystems, and there entrepreneurship and especially social entrepreneurship is very important. We say in Mondragon, when we want to grow, we cannot go to the stock market like traditional big corporations do. We need to have a very strong entrepreneurial approach in our co-ops, in our ecosystem, to make that connection in between the students in our faculties in the Mondragon University who want to become entrepreneurs and our cooperatives and their industrial activities and priorities. And then your second question was also on the role with the cities. So we are very believers of the public-private cooperation. We think that let's say the key element of a successful socioeconomic model is in that public-private cooperation. So we need to go together. And we need to talk to the cities to see what are their expectations, what are their plans, and how we can contribute to them to create the conditions for these social entrepreneurs to grow in the cities. We've been working a lot with the city of Bilbao, for instance, on developing concrete incubators and accelerators that could be very good for our students, for our entrepreneurs to grow, and to help them grow in different sectors, from culinary, from gastronomy, into high tech. For instance, in a few days, let me tell you that in San Sebastian, we are going to open the first center with the IBM Quantum 2 supercomputer.
Wow.
This is going to be the first and only city in Europe. And it's a city smaller than Ljubljana. But it was a hard work behind creating that ecosystem for the quantum system to be there. So this is the kind of examples where private sector and public institutions can work together. Yes.
Thank you, Ivan, so much. Please, again, a round of applause, please. So Thijs, now I will ask you if you help us understand and navigate the transition, energy and different ones, please.
Thank you, Alexander. And thank you to the Ljubljana Forum and to Blaž for inviting me here to engage with all of you here today. My name is Thijs Beek. I work for Sproul ERCE, which is an international energy consulting and advisory firm. And within that, I lead the Energy Insights team, which is a new initiative that is using strategic foresight to develop implementable transition strategies and roadmaps, mainly focused on energy, industry, and the built environment. Now, I fully understand energy is a very boring topic, so I hope you guys hang in there. But if we use the sports analogy, then I think you could see energy as the goalkeeper of the team. Yeah. It's the foundation, it's the starting point. Nobody talks about them unless things go wrong. And energy is changing, so it's important to talk about it. Strategic foresight is tasked with looking out, but looking out starts with looking back. In my team, we take the liberty to look back a little bit further than is typically done. And if we look at the past century, we see a period of huge unconstrained growth, during which the size and prosperity of societies globally increased exponentially. Since the Second World War, GDP in the world and in Europe increased with 500% to 600%. Here in the Donau or Danube region, that is even 800% to 1,000%. Huge growth. This was driven by the introduction of several general-purpose technologies, upward social mobility, so that more and more of us could be productive in the economy, and new ways of organizing economic activity, ultimately resulting in globalization. This period of unconstrained growth is coming to a natural end as we are starting to see the side effects, resulting in counterforces across our physical, techno-economic, and socio-political systems. These changes will continue over the upcoming decades, during which wrong decisions today can result in risk or loss of value later. But not doing anything often isn't an option anymore either. It's not easy to, in this environment, to determine what the right next step is. Understanding the long-term fundamentals that make the world go round is crucial to selecting the right path forward. And to do that, we first need to recognize that in a complex system, one has to be very careful with intuitively determining cause and effect. As a matter of fact, in a complex system, cause and effect, almost by definition, cannot intuitively be linked to one another. This is all to say that building a strategy for accelerating the transition for something as complex as our energy system requires a science, engineering, and systemic approach. Today, we see investment decisions in these transitions starting to stall, especially in Europe. And this often has to do with the perception and appetite for taking risk in a changing and uncertain environment. Investing in a changing and constrained system means making difficult decisions, accepting trade-offs, and negotiating. Our traditional methods for developing strategy and making investment decisions usually start internally. Today, in today's environment, that means organizations, whether that is government to private, thinking through how to ensure ambitions for change are met whilst ensuring continuity of the organization. This in itself is difficult enough, but as we work through this, we've soon realized that we can only be successful if we're in sync with the system around us. And it doesn't stop there, because energy, together with things like food security and physical security, are such vital components of societies and economies that major driving forces from the energy system, from outside the energy system, influence its transition and its direction. Domestic politics, geopolitics, demographic change, climate change effects, you name it. Those are the big driving forces. Therefore, going forward, we need to move into a world which we look at these three layers of complexity from the outside in, starting with what we least understand, what we least control, to understand how this can form blockers and accelerators to change. Now, this becomes very real and clear when we zoom into the energy transition in a bit more detail. In this graph, you see the fractional makeup of the global energy sources in one of the many accelerated energy transition scenarios that are around. From this, you can see it is important to understand today an energy system that is largely supplied through a few baseload sources. It's also important to understand where we want to go at some point in the future, with renewables forming the backbone of a future energy system. But what is actually most important is what it will look like during those decades of transition, when the energy system will inevitably be in flux. It's during this time that a mix of energy sources together need to deliver reliable, affordable, but also increasingly clean energy to societies. This transition phase itself will likely be the most complex system the world has ever seen and might ever see, with increased volatility and counterintuitive feedback loops. During this period, you need the change around you to continue to move in the right direction, but at the same time, you want to prevent from moving into a dead-end street. As we move from an energy system driven by fossil energy to an energy system driven by renewables, we also move to an energy system with more potential disconnects in time as supply-demand patterns change, and space as renewable energy is a lot less dense than fossil energy. So as we start to replace nodes in functioning energy value chains and make new linkages between energy value chains, these disconnects require a new set of system enablers: storage, conversion, backup, which will need to be enabled by a new set of market designs and business models. These new nodes and associated infrastructure also still need to be fit into the existing built environment. Not a small feat. Finally, it's also good to understand that we are striving for an accelerated transition, not a linear change. Which means every year we ask more from our execution machine. Supply chains, labor force, permitting, and conflict resolution will all become increasingly busy. This also increases demand for coordination, as lots of things are happening at the same time and need to fit together into this functioning system. Now, luckily, in recent decades, we've also had a set of technological and analytical breakthroughs that allow us to understand systems like we've never done before. We can now use these technologies to move to a new way of strategy development that is focused on systemic improvement. In this new way of working, it's crucial to work in a multidisciplinary and co-creationary way. And together with organizations, we work through these dimensions of complexity from the outside in, starting with exploring and understanding what we least control before we build ourselves a series of steps from today into the future that meet our ambitions while resulting in acceptable risk. As we start to build out that portfolio, we will constantly have to evaluate ongoing and upcoming changes around us, continuously analyzing, strategizing, and planning in a continuous loop. Information technology, the internet, and more recently, artificial intelligence allow us to gather the required data and analyze it in ways we were simply not able to do a few years ago. But this also comes with new risks, because while the availability of data is expanding at an exponential rate, the quality and trustworthiness of that data may be deteriorating even faster, eroding value and amplifying noise over signal, which is why we are also working on a digital framework for allowing organizations to apply our workflow with confidence. This framework combines a qualitative AI-driven scenario set with a quantitative machine learning-driven modeling engine to create an easy-to-use, evergreen starting point for project decision-making across governance, communication, and investments. Using this starting point for decision-making across increases alignment, resulting in less noise and better preparedness for when things change again. Alexander, with that, I hand it over back to you.
Thank you, Thijs. Please. Well, I have several arising questions. I think will be the similar one for few of you. So I will spare my question for the end. Marta, can I ask you now for your presentation about the simplest way for a city to connect professional sport and recreation? I'm hoping to learn also about that through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So hello also from my name. As it was explained, I'm coming from sport, actually from different sports. I'm working at the Faculty of Sports, but my important part of my life was in the top level sport, in elite sport, and probably you will see the difference between us, between sport. When he will raise this point with end, I will finish immediately as the match is finished when somebody referee listen for the joke. But maybe I will really start with this, that the sport, also the society in general is changing, but also sport is gonna change and is in the process of changing. But what is for me such the phenomena, maybe that also the position of sport in the society is different. How I can see this? First of all, because I am following my people around and my friends, and nearly all people are in our age or in also younger. They all are doing sports, and what is different is also that people now are ready to speak about sport, about recreation, about how healthy is sport for the body. Because also this is, let's say, my story. Because in the past, when I was in some society, and I said, I'm coming from faculty of sport, I'm from sport. They said, okay. And I had feeling that more important is economics, law, medicine, and so on. But now this awareness, how sport is important, is, I would say, so in the society. Okay, and we have really also, we can see also in the cities, because in the past it was typical that children are on the streets, playing on the streets, but what is now, adults, people, our generation, we are running on the streets, and children, what we are all sad about, are more or less at the computers. So this may be for introduction, maybe I will come back also to this. Let's start that I will follow the schedule. As I mentioned, I'm coming from Faculty of Sport. I'm also really active in the frame of municipality. I'm a member of City Council and leading this board for sport. And from the beginning, so I was following which, of course, that I'm happy that I am in the team of Mayor Zoran Jankovic, and we started these changes in sport in Ljubljana. This is now around 20 years. So I knew how important is this connection between a strategy of sport, these sport facilities, and of course also this program for sport. And I will try to share this with you. And what is also new, talking about well-being, in the past, in the sport, we have only studies about technique, tactics, physical preparation, maybe even history, and now it's new that we have also many studies, also I mean these scientific studies about importance of well-being in sport. When I was coach, in the beginning, let's say around 20 years ago, it was, let's say, somehow forbidden to speak about well-being or questions, how do players feel, and also organize for them some other parts. It was the, let's say, in the practice that coach is the one who has to force players, athletes, to work more, to run more, to jump more, and so on. And I was always a little bit in front, always. That's why I had many problems. And for example, one story, I was fired, I lost my job as a coach and one of the first reasons was because how she can be a coach at the highest level. She's not professional enough because she is organizing meditation for players. Would be much better that she would force them to run, to jump, and so on. And they are lying on the field and doing meditation. Can you imagine? That's why I was fired once. And once Thank you. Yeah, probably you know that now top athletes, players, tennis players, golf players, all players are talking about how they practice meditation and all these mental and even spiritual things. And also the second part, or also one on the reason, but was also that I forced my players to go to finish, have this dual career, to finish education with this, okay, to go on. So we have, for example, one interesting study, and I will not go in the results, but just to remind you that we have many also references now and studies about this, how this everything is connected, what we know, this sport and well-being and so on. And now it's really typical, we all know that also in the economics are these studies that people and employees, workers who are happy, they will work better, that they will not go to the hospitals and so. So in Ljubljana, as I mentioned, we started with the strategy 2008 together with Mayor, and I'm really proud of this, that we made first strategy. And we know how important it is to put, and we made the special project, and we, actually Ljubljana paid 100 coaches, because we know on one hand that sport facilities are important, and on the other hand people who will work on these sport facilities and with these children and also others. So we at that time we prepare this map where we are going to build some new. This is the strategy, and it was so obvious that Ljubljana has not enough sport area, sport facilities to have really good sport in the city. And now we made really many projects about this sport, and now Ljubljana have really modern sport facilities together with Illyria, swimming center, and many others. And as I mentioned, okay, one thing is that we have space, and other things is to have good program there and good people, good experts who will work. And now also at the faculty we are doing many studies, and we are measuring somehow how these programs and space have influenced that people are feeling better. That they say, okay, now I am better people. Also, for example, I made also one study with these adolescents who are the most sensitive population probably, and also they are much more happy now working with this. Thank you very much. I am finished. You see?
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Marta. And now I will announce our next speaker, Ms. Rasha, please. I hope we can learn from Vienna infrastructure how mobility policies could Ljubljana apply to its program and development strategy. Please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, I guess. I have no time, but I think it's the afternoon. In Vienna, we would say Mahlzeit by this time, which is like literally bon appetit. First of all, thank you for your invitation. My name is Rasha Abdelmavgood. I'm senior manager at Wien Holding Sports. We're a very young company, operating company for sports facilities in Vienna, and I'm happy to share with you Vienna's way of rethinking sports infrastructure, not just as buildings, but as platforms for health, for inclusion, and for climate action. Or as we like to say, from how to get from asphalt to active living. So, why does urban sports really matter? We already heard it today in the key speaker note of Peter, public spaces with the quote of Hannah Arendt. Cities are growing, populations are growing at the same time. The opportunities of sports facilities and physical activity is declining. So that's why really public spaces matters a lot, and they have to move people towards well-being. It's not about former, or in the past, it was when we thought about public spaces, it was about transportation, mainly cars. Today, it's more than that. It's how we can use every facility, from streets to buildings, to move our people, because movement is just not physical, it's health, it's connection, it's empowerment. That's why urban sports really matter. So, what we did in Vienna is that, first of all, let me give you some short facts and figures about what Vienna has or own. The city of Vienna owns like more than 200 outdoor public sports facilities. About 150 are operated by clubs or federations. And additionally to that, they have from indoor sports facilities to schools where there are sports halls, and they allocate more than 500,000 annual training hours in public sports facility for clubs, for smaller movement initiatives. So what we did is that in 2020, the city launched a long-term strategy plan for sports infrastructure called Sport Wien 2030. And this plan was developed with more than 70 federations, experts, and even the political parties. And its guiding principles are very clear. Sports for all citizens. It has to be accessible by everyone. It has to be affordable for everyone. And it has to be sustainable, ecological and socially wise. So the flagship project out of this plan was or is the Sport Arena Wien. It replaces the outdated, inefficient, and underused very Tussiger stadium. It was a velodrome. And instead of renovation, we choose to sustainable deconstruction. What does that mean? That means that 95% of the materials were recycled, 80 tons directly used on site, and over 3,000 hours of social employment created. And the new building was built vertical, multifunctional, and green. So more sports, less footprint, and more green spaces. What we did, we turned a legacy into a launchpad. As I said, it was designed and built smart, vertical, and multifunctional. What we're talking about is not actually one hall, sports hall, but 3 in 1. There is a ball sports, gymnastic, and athletics halls. But next to them, there are different rooms in different scopes. So all in all, we're talking about 13,000 square meters of sports spaces. And it's not only multifunctional in sports. There are more than 20 sports that can be done there, but also operational-wise. So, excuse me. So we're talking about daily trainings. But within a couple of hours, we can manage to make out of a training event venue to an event venue for national and international events. At the same time, we decided not to plan and build new parking slots or a garage next to our house or door. We have a shopping mall with already a garage. Next to them is the Happel Stadium, the biggest stadium in Austria, also with parking slots and a garage. So we decided not to build more parking slots, rather than use the already existing smartly. And at the same time to motivate people to come with the public transports, which really have a very good one in Vienna. So with this dual functional of training and events venue, we try to maximize the usage and the efficiency, making the arena a true model for modern cities. So what you see here is the gymnastic hall, which, to be honest, is only used as a training venue. Next is the ball sports hall that can be divided into 2 or 4 sections during trainings. And even the seats can are movable. So in the training modus, there are inside the walls, and when we have bigger events, we can move them out. And finally, here you can see the athletics hall. So for us, it was important to design it for the people, inclusive, flexible, future-proof. So we're talking about 38,000+ hours per year for schools, for clubs, youth, seniors, and moreover for parasports. The halls are completely barrier-free, so it's parasport ready and even for them also multifunctional in training and event use. We also have spaces for cardio, rehab, seminars for federations, so they don't have like to rent outside rooms that are costly, and shared offices. And I thought like this was something very unique, that we were like the first energy neutral sports hall plant in Vienna. But to be honest, after today's talks, I see building and operating energy neutral is like a couple years ago, it was something new, but by now it's a standard. And I'm happy that it's becoming a standard and not a luxury anymore. So coming to an end, what I can say, or summing it up, is that my final message is very simple. Let's turn asphalt into active living together. Because sports infrastructure is not about walls and roofs, it's about creating healthier, greener, and more inclusive cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, sports for everyone, not to build more parking lots and flexible facilities. I think this is my important notes. Last but not least, we saved another futurist for the end of the presentation and the end of the panel. So, Matthias, please, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you to Blas for inviting me as well, and to the team behind the scenes that are doing a lot of hard work. Yeah, since the theme of this forum is creation and sports, and since I'm going to talk about participation, I would like to first ask you something, because I know it can be hard to sit down for a long time. So everyone here who believes that the average European city will be better to live in 10 years from now, please stand up for just a moment. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you so much. That's what I need to see. And it's always good to get a bit movement in the legs before you get started on this, right? We're listening to a lot of interesting presentations from the people here as well. I'm a futurist and founder of Anticipate. I'm going to talk about how to anticipate the city of well-being. And as part of that, of course, also what it means really, anticipation, right? Anticipation as a civic capacity, something we do together. Again, talking about participation. So my company, my one-man consultancy for now, is called Anticipate. And that's a very natural name, because what I help people and organizations do, and cities as well, is to imagine, prepare, and then also take actions for potential future events, changes or possibilities before they might happen, right? So that's the idea of anticipation. And it's something that we don't often do. Me and Alex, we had a good discussion yesterday around this, how it's a very good ability to actually sit down and discuss what we think the future will look like, to explore a little bit before we set out on a vision or where we want to go. But it's something we rarely take the chance to do, so that's what I want to encourage you to. And I operate with this framework called the ACT Foresight framework. So basically there is 3 parts. Because often when we do this kind of anticipation, just looking into the future, foresight, we tend to stick to that, right? But we need to make sure it's transformed into actual concrete initiatives in the end, new goals and so on, right? So we need to scan outside of our comfort zone, look at different cities, how they're doing. We had a lot of mayors here before who talked about everything they were doing. Take inspiration from that and from what you're seeing outside. Look at different scenarios, because the future is not written in stone. It's not predetermined. So something that could go in many different directions. And then in the middle phase, I think this is really critical. Involve stakeholders, not just as a lip service or as a theater, but stakeholders, everyone from NGOs and civil organizations to even citizens in these processes, because at the end of the day, citizens are the ones that inhabit the cities. And part of that is to do small bets or small projects, trying to build from the bottom up. And finally, of course, it's so important that it becomes something, right? We transform our ways of doing things, our ways of thinking, our strategy. Because, and I don't need to tell you this, because obviously a global megatrend is urban transformation. A lot of things are happening. We already had a lot of presentations arguing this, right? That climate change, population growth in cities as well, well-being challenges. Some of the biggest problem with loneliness is in cities. That's a huge problem. So there's a pressure here. So what we need to do is that we have an opportunity to redesign our cities around human needs, and that's why also we need anticipation. I come from Copenhagen, Denmark. As we just learned, Copenhagen surpassed Vienna. I'm very proud of that. I went to Vienna 1 month ago in terms of being the most livable city, and I did say that quite a few times to people there. I'm sorry to say we're very proud of that. But the thing is, it's not always been this way. Copenhagen used to be quite a dark place, and maybe some of you have been there when it was like that. I know my dad lived in Copenhagen. He always talks about how he had to, it was not a very nice city to live in. It smelled a lot, right? And it's only 40 years ago that Copenhagen was near bankruptcy. Almost half the population had left in the past decades to the city side, because that was the new, where new life was lived, right? The suburbs. Outdated infrastructure, no metro or subway, or no good infrastructure in the city. A lot of industry that kind of fed waste directly into the canal, which I would argue is very much the lifeblood of the city. The same is here in Ljubljana, that you have a canal that runs through the city, and that's where a lot of life is lived next to. So what happened to make it a city of livability today? As you see, these are some of the places. Some of them are the same ones. There was a huge redevelopment around the harbor area and the canals, kind of converting it into more of a place for living. You can swim in the canal. If you haven't been to Copenhagen, you'll probably notice when you go, because I hope you will go at some point, that people will swim during the summer period. Also now, with saunas everywhere, people go swimming in the canal. There's a very big cultural investment, a lot of new construction, a lot of new buildings that became landmarks. So in the top right corner here, we have the building that I am lucky to work from, Blocks, which is a sustainable hub for urban development in Copenhagen. You're very welcome to visit if you're ever in Copenhagen. And there was this economic turnaround. So there was both the five-finger plan, as mentioned before, kind of focusing around how can we move people around in the city, mobility, but also making sure that there's actually connection between the countryside and the suburbs and the inner city. And what kind of moved this into place was not just one big long-term vision, which of course there's been a few of during the times, but also a lot of initiative from different actors and different stakeholders. So the decades of anticipatory choices, of looking a bit ahead, what do you want to do, which kind of city do you want to live in and build for ourselves, became everyday well-being with clean water and mobility in the 15-minute city, and biking is very much a real thing, right? And human scale places and neighborhoods. It was not easy. There has also been mistakes made. There was a new neighborhood built 20 years ago where there's no life on the streets for many years because it was not thought in. So kind of the people side of things was a bit left out. But it's close to nature, close to the metro and all of this. So there are some things that we need to consider when we do this. And what kind of coalitions do we build? Which kind of actors and stakeholders do we involve? And one of the more recent things that Copenhagen has done has been to run citizen assemblies. So big processes where citizens are actually involved in the development of new areas, new islands outside the coast of Copenhagen, to make sure everyone is heard and everyone is involved, because they're the ones who are going to live there at the end of the day. So what I kind of have come to is there are some design choices that we need to make for better futures with lessons from Copenhagen. I think fundamentally participation is infrastructure, something that we really need to do. We need to involve people at early stages and throughout the process, because otherwise, at the end of the day, we build something for someone who don't want it. And you can even also learn from people's perspectives, right? That's actually a really good thing. Affordability is such a critical thing. I think Copenhagen has missed out on this. It's not very easy to live in the city. It's a very, very high cost of living. But it's really a choice of how you structure a city, like in Vienna, for example. Learning loops try to open data systems. Me and Blaž yesterday, we talked about the Danish healthcare system, how there's very open access to data of every single citizen. Not it's anonymized, but basically sharing what we have to become better. And then also designing proximity and care in, so make sure that things are close and relevant to the people who need it. Because we also have we have an aging generation as well that needs to be treated in the right way. And I like the quote that Tish brought, that we can't solve problems with the thinking that created them, from Albert Einstein. And I think that's kind of also my final words, that we need to kind of find new paths. And I think anticipation and foresight is a great way for doing this, doing something outside of what we normally do. We need to get civic capacity to kind of build better cities for the future and build more well-being into it. I'm not going to ask you to stand up again, but I just want to maybe a raise of hands. How many people feel like they have agency in how the future cities will look like, their future city will look like? Agency, so they have an influence on how their future city will look like. Okay. That's good to know. We have optimistic people in the room, and we have people who actually have agency, so that's what I want to leave you with, that there is potential here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Matthias. When you ask us about our anticipation on next 10 years, you were already standing, yes. So it's not fair. Thank you once again. Thank all of you. And Ljubljana was a shrinking city once, 20 years ago, so maybe our dads felt the same feelings, shared the feelings. But now, when we all have an opportunity to sit together, I would like to have one common question, and please jump in, don't wait me to call, because I really like this to be as spontaneous as this forum can give us. What should cities, it can be your city, they're all similar cities, in a way, I can say, or Ljubljana, if you want, if it's easier to put ourselves in as an example. What should cities stop doing today if they want to secure a better future for their citizens? Even, maybe we can start with, or Thijs. Okay.
Yeah, it's difficult to think about what they should stop. No, that's the question, and because we usually try to tell them what should they do. Like Matthias was very clear on this long-term vision, for instance. Difficult question. I mean, there are so many things. Like personally, we need to stop doing in order to have a better contribution to this crazy world. For instance, on climate change issues, trying to look for alternatives. For instance, myself, I'm flying a lot, and that's not good for our environment. So I think each of us should think about what should we stop doing. But I think it's very important also that, as it was mentioned before, the citizens, we have a very active role in the city. I'm thinking in the case of the city where I live, in San Sebastian. If you look, for instance, in the political leadership, we are not a traditional example, because we had like 4 different mayors in the last 20 years. So usually the consultants, we tell the cities, it's good that you have a continuation, you have a leadership, you have a strong vision for the future like Ljubljana had, but that was not our case. And but what is maybe the success behind the city of San Sebastian? I think it's the citizens' pressure to the leaders, so that you get active citizens that are somehow, let me tell it this way, unhappy all the time. You have to be very critical, but you have to engage on
So
on the
activism
change.
is crucial, if
Yes.
I understand.
For
Yes,
me, not in a destructive way, of course, in a constructive way, but you need citizens that are very critical and engaged in the change. Of course, and then you need the leadership, you need the public-private cooperation, you need all those words that we always repeat. But we also need very engaged citizens because, and we were talking about that when we are talking about sports, when we are talking about taking the lead on those facilities for sports. For instance, you need citizens that are active also in their personal life, that want to take care of their lives, of the personal situation, and so on. So active in the comprehensive way, I would say.
Comprehensive, productive way. Thank you. Thank you. Thijs.
Yeah, I think I want to point to our cities, but also to us all as Europeans. And we're all very ambitious. We have lots of ambitions for climate, for the environment, for our social welfare states. And what I think we need to really stop doing is to strive for perfection and throw away good because we're striving for perfection. Because perfect is impossible. and it creates a lot of negativity, whereas Europe has a lot of potential. And so if I look at cities, the country where I live in the Netherlands, all the cities had a net zero emissions target. And all of them were so ambitious that it was 2025 or 2030 or God knows what. All of them were completely impossible, quite frankly. And what did that do? It meant that there was a lot of negativity about not making an ambition that was never possible to begin with. Whereas at the same time, a lot of good has also happened. So I would like to say, let's stop striving for perfection and accept good as well. Because lots of things are very good in Europe.
Thank you, thank you. Marta, you're in this game of helping city and citizens for a very long time. What else we can change in Ljubljana to be even more successful on your area of work?
Yeah, actually, I do not have idea what to stop. I have idea what to do more sports. For sure would be my recommendation. But we all know this. And of course, this I really agree what was said about this perfection, and also to have to somehow to have this to have better relation among people, to have more fair play, more respect, and so on. Sure.
Thank you, thank you. Rasha and Matthias, how we'll solve this Vienna-Copenhagen beef?
We will get back then on first place soon. I will promise you that. Let me, my final statement would be also more like this engagement part, because we saw that in our participation process that we built. Like, as I said, we launched the plan 2020, but we started 2018. And by engaging this amount of federations that they have their own club members, so we're talking about not only 70 federations, but actually thousands of clubs who were engaged. So it was a huge stakeholder process. And by involving them in the phase of planning, in the phase of the Sport Arena Wien is only one project, but there are a lot of more results that came out of this plan. So by involving them not only in the planning, but also in the construction phase and in operating the facilities, we are taking them also into responsibility, in co-responsibility, so they feel that this is not only something it's a service from the city, but it's also their own. And by doing that, they treat this facility completely different.
As theirs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Of course. Thank you.
So more engagement, I guess. Same.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Final verdict?
Tough one. A lot of good points already said. So I think yeah, stop thinking that one organization, one municipality can do everything by themselves, that it's really a team effort. And yeah, it's difficult to work with a lot of different people from different organizations. I've done that a few times, and but it's really a necessary process to go through, I think. And it also helps us challenge some of the assumptions we have around how we see things, and that are maybe not always super helpful for the process. So that's my final point. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all. I have so many thoughts running in my head, but we over the time, so I will thank you, and we can continue afternoon this debate informally. Thank you to the audience, and we can move to the next segment. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Just we. Now, hello? Yeah, does it work? So now it's a very important session to be announced. Lunch is ready. Please. And one more time, big applause, please, one more time for Alex and all speakers. Thank you. Excellent, excellent. So we are back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. We will continue with the after-lunch session. I know that this is usually the most interesting one because you have an energy for the next 2-3 hours. And it's my great pleasure really to introduce Frane Šesnić from Croatia, CEO of Zagreb Development Agency. And it's a good example how between countries, how we cooperate for many, many years. And it's, again, just, I'm really happy and it's great that Frane is with us today and he will chair the next 2 sessions. Please, Frane. And he knows first what he said was, oh, I like those minutes and when the talk's finished. So this is very helpful for me. So this was just one intermezzo. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaž, for this introduction. Blaž always likes to challenge me and gives me the moderation of the slot just after the lunch. So I'm very grateful to Blaž for this opportunity to moderate another inspiring session. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 4th session, Cities Challenges, Industry Solutions, Finances for the Cities. So our topic today lies at the very heart of the Ljubljana Forum mission. So how cities can not only adapt to rapid changes, but also lead the way in creating resilient, innovative, and citizen-focused environments. Cities face enormous challenges: governance, digital transformation, financing, and the social dimension of inclusivity. At the same time, these challenges are opportunities for collaboration between industry, government, finance, and, of course, civil society. So today we are fortunate to have with us exceptional panelists, experts, and each will bring unique perspective. So please welcome to the floor Mr. Lorenzo Madrid, the president of the Smart City Business Institute America, who will speak about governance of cities to become smart cities. Applause. Please have a seat. Also, I would like to invite on the floor Mr. Gaspar Žarovnik, Director of Digital Transformation at T2, who will address us the Smart City platform and its potential. Also, Mr. Simon de la Corda, Director of the Institute of E-Participation, who will discuss the challenges of this digital transformation and the role of NGOs. Welcome. And Mr. Brendan McDonagh, Senior Advisor at the European Investment Bank, who will present finance solutions for the cities. Welcome. So altogether, these insights will give us 300 degrees overview from governance to technology, from civic engagement to financing. Let us begin our session, and I will give my pleasure. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Lorenzo Madrid. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blaž, for inviting me again to be here in the lovely Ljubljana, city that I really like to visit and come. And now I have the difficult mission to keep you awake after lunch. So I'm going to be fast, and we'll talk a little bit fast, but let's move it. So first, I just want to give a small introduction to why I'm talking about this point. I've been very fortunate for the last 15 years to be working on very close to cities and governments throughout the world, from Istanbul in Turkey to Manila in the Philippines, to Cape Town in South Africa, to Bogota in Colombia, to Belém in Brazil, and so on. Many, many cities and many governments, talking about how technology can help them to deploy new systems, new solutions, help the economic development, help citizens to thrive in this complex world. So to talk about that, we understand that there are some very common issues in all those cities. And then there is something that caught our attention as a consultants. This is the concept of bringing the cloud, this new technology, to help those cities to develop. And why it happens? Because in all those cities that I mentioned and governments, they cope with the same set of issues, independently where they are, the size they were, the problems they face. But the issue of siloed information on state or city happens. The difficulty to deploy new systems, also common to all of them. Lack of integration across multiple systems, limit data sharing capabilities, how to exchange information across systems is something that most cities lack and they don't know how to do. Another big problem they have is the procurement delays. So whenever a new system needs to be deployed, somebody will run, oh, we need to buy new servers, we need to buy new computers, new racks to deploy, or maybe increase my data center. It may take 6 months, 1 year to get this in place. Again, that will bring the issue of budget capacity to that, and also some institutional problems to do that, not alone training of people and the capacity to do things. So the cloud changed the paradigm of the traditional IT development because it's easy to use, it's fast to deploy, it's a secure environment, it can be very competitive in price, it's elastic, so you use whatever you want. If you need more, it's easy to get more, and represents the state of the art, either on traditional IT systems or in the new, more innovative artificial intelligence features. So cloud seems to be a very good solution for addressing some of these issues. To do that, most cities that I've been talking to are trying to implement what is called the cloud-first policy. So instead of buying their own computers, creating their own data centers, let's move everything to the cloud and avoid the problems to buy, to have procurements, to have issues to deploy those things. So, and why governments need to go through this new technology? Because that facilitates the deployment of new systems, bring new solutions to citizens. It's easy to create new solutions when you don't have the resources. It's easy to expand fast. It allows interoperability across multiple agencies without being complex. Then interoperability will allow data sharing. We allow those things information can be shared across multiple departments, secretaries, agencies, or MDAs, whatever you have, that can enable and foster collaboration on the different environments. Another topic that is important for the cloud is that the cloud will easily permit that you deploy smart city solutions because it's very simple to add IoT devices to an infrastructure in the cloud. It will be much more difficult to have to buy and create your own infrastructure for IoT deployment. So in this issue, we will allow energy efficiencies, we will allow better transportation systems, we will allow much sophisticated data analytics when you can have the power of the cloud, the unlimited capacity the cloud offers to store data and to analyze data, let alone now using artificial intelligence to do some of these tasks. In addition to that, cloud, it enables you that the economic resource be much better managed. So instead of being necessary to do big CapEx investments, now you can pay as you go. You pay only for the resources that you use. Also, that will reduce your maintenance costs because you no longer need to do the maintenance yourself. That all the maintenance for the hardware will be now the responsibility of your provider. Well, in addition to that, it's scalable. So you can increase the use of computing power as requested or as necessary for the systems. And also the other way around. Instead, in some cities, for instance, you have always a peak of demand maybe on Christmas time, and then you don't have that necessity on winter time or summertime. And then you don't need to create your structure on the top, but you can use the minimum and then just ask whatever you need in specific occasions. Well, okay, it's moving. So in addition to that, cloud allows you the implementation of much stricter security measures. So what happened with most of the cloud providers is that they need, by their own necessity and to provide good services, to create structures that support very high-level, secure and protected environments. For instance, you take a case of Microsoft and Amazon. They have thousands of people working on security protection for their clouds. How many can you have in your IT department in the city? 1 person, 2? So those things change completely the perspective of what adopt cloud because of the scale differences between what a professional provider can do and what a city can create. So, and those things also, another point is to comply with the regulatory process. So cloud providers need to comply, need to create the structures to provide automatic pickup, create protections, create disaster recovery facilities, which a city will be very difficult to do. Well, also, this is not just myself saying, this is a trend worldwide. So I put here together a list of multiple countries that have adopted already cloud infrastructures as a first option to deploy new systems. The USA, the United States, was the first one to do that in 2010. So almost 15 years ago, they started adopting cloud as a solution. And today, in the United States, no state or not federal governments create its own data center. They will use data centers that are provided for third parties, such as Azure and Microsoft or AWS from Amazon, or other providers. So this is a trend. Many, many countries are doing that. But one point that needs to be raised is that it's necessary to have the cloud, the creation of governance mechanisms to enable that to be successful. And this is really, really important when you move to the cloud. So the issues that you need to do that is you need to have a steering committee to do this transition. You need to have a technical elements that will manage that and create very concise and objective policies to regulate things like the GDPR or things like data sovereignty or other topics that are necessary. So the regulatory environment is quite complex, but needs to be done from the perspective of each one of the stakeholders. So that's the typical point. Also, to plan properly and correctly for implementation is important. So what you need to do is to have groups that will draft your policies, always engage the stakeholders on your city or municipality to be part of the process and define what is important, what needs to be done, and which are the priorities to do that. Also, it's important to create cloud training programs, because one thing that will happen in the first moment is that you will not have people in your organization, in your city, that knows that environment. So the creation of the training programs is important. Also, at the same time, to provide the technical certifications in the different elements, being Microsoft, being Oracle, being Cisco, whatever you need to do, that needs to be done in the proper time. And also create what we call the knowledge sharing center, and in some cases we call the excellence centers, where normally you create a small group of experts that can provide support and information to other elements of your city organization with that rules and regulations that need to be implemented. Finally, it's important to create the first pilot project and try to do that. And at this point, we can create our metrics, our evaluation process, and plan for a rollout timeline. That will allow you a continuous monitoring of the program, see what needs to be changed, what needs to be modified, and do the update of the policies. So the challenges for that are several. There is the data sovereignty concerns. So most countries are concerned about storing the data in my country, not in some other places we don't know. But that can be overcome with the proper encryption or the proper transitional or portability of your applications, so you will not get the government, you will not the vendor lock-in in the process. Also the training, the gaps in the workforce are something that needs to be considered. So those things are said in these slides. And to finalize, before my time finished, you didn't need to raise the card. So we need to analyze carefully the benefits of cloud. They are important, significant. Many countries are adopting it. This defines how we are going to provide our governance to the system, and then being able to deploy the innovations that are necessary. Thank you. Questions later?
Later, yeah,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo. Now, please, Mr. Gaspar Jerovnik, Director of Digital Transformation at T2. He will give us insights on T2 Smart City Platform for Governance of Cities.
Hi, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Gaspar Jerovnik. I come from a company, T2. It's a Slovenian telecommunications company. And today, I'm not here to sell anything. Blaž actually asked me to discuss some lessons we learned from our previous implementation. So what we have is a digital smart cities platform. And we have done now quite a few projects here in Slovenia as well in the region. So I'll start with that. So cities are actually driving the change. We discussed this today many times on how to transform citizen lives. For us, there were Logatec, Skopje, Kranj, and Ljubljana who first pioneered the projects with us and actually taught us these valuable lessons that I'd like to share with you today. So their experience actually showed us it's mainly not about technology even. It's actually more about leadership, it's more about planning and business-driven decisions. So with that, I'd just like to say, I'll try to show some common pitfalls that we encountered and maybe help somebody else prevent those. So, okay, let's start. As I said, Logatec, Kranj, and Ljubljana were some of the courageous pioneers we have the pleasure of working together in Slovenia. And actually, their pioneering efforts taught us what works and what does not. As mayors, city officials, it's, again, not about implementing technology. It's actually about a strategic decision about citizen services. So the most successful projects come from those with clear business objectives. And just, you know, to give you some example, maybe some faster permits or some kind of shortened times for emergency responses or maybe some reduced administrative burdens. You name it, there's a lot of them, just kind of to give you a sense of what I'm talking about. And yes, technology does enable the outcomes, but the leadership vision is the one that drives them. And this is our experience actually with our partner cities. So just maybe to show you some challenges that we encountered, here are 5 of them. And the first one is actually how just to write a proper tender, as cities usually don't have internal expertise to do it properly. And the second one is finding adequate funding, which may feel very challenging. We talked to a lot of cities throughout the years, and this, what I'm talking about, is kind of one of the major concerns. Also, what we found out during the implementation phases, but not before, is that city departments within guard their data and their way of work and may sometimes resist sharing and resist change, which actually impacts the projects quite a lot. Also, IT departments might get assigned the leadership role, but they lack authority and they are not in charge of the vision, as I mentioned previously. And also, this is maybe more of a foresight, but also from the experience as well. The traditional city organizational structures, I believe, weren't really built for digital cities and services or for the AI age, where you can imagine those services being, you know, still based on the paper forms and procedures mainly. So, yeah, I get it. This list kind of is depressing, but the good news is, I think if we talk about it, and just 5 of them, it's actually something solvable and predictable, and with the right approach, one can kind of find solutions with them. So I'll try to kind of show you the way we see it. Before writing any tender, I think each city should invest maybe 3-4 months in the discovery phase. And this phase, the discovery phase, should be used to research how citizens actually use city services. I think cities say, yeah, we know that. I don't think everybody really does. So it's kind of obvious, but it's sometimes not done properly. So this should really be the main focus of. And then find maybe a competent partner just to help you create the specifications. And when I'm talking about specifications, sometimes you really need to create citizen flows on how to achieve this. And I'll give you an example what I mean with that. From EU, there's kind of an initiative of less bureaucratic burden, right? Kind of speed things up for the government. And the way they approached this was they send out a questionnaire which you need at least half an hour to fulfill. So this is not the way to do it, you know. We need to think about how to do it properly. And this is what I mean with user flows. It cannot be just digitizing what you're currently doing. You need to rethink everything. And this is usually when a good partner comes and can help you, you know, with the user flows, with the wireframes. So you're sure to have everything needed, including the data. This, the access to the data to create the minimum viable product, or MVP, is also one of the most common obstacles. It's what we encountered in all of our projects. So cities were certain during the pre-tender and tender phase, this will not be a problem within our city. It always is. So once you have a goal and you know what you're trying to do, do this as well, just in the pre-tender phase. Just try to get the data. And then talk to the vendors you have available in your country or abroad. You can talk to anybody you trust, but just figure out what is actually possible, because let me tell you, there's a lot of kind of buzzwords flying around and a lot of hype about AI, and some things are real and some things just aren't. So you kind of cities need to understand what's actually possible to do. And then include the legal, of course, for the privacy regulations, really upfront. So I recommend defining 80% of the projects quite clearly upfront and leave maybe 20% just to see how you go along during the project. But this is mainly focused, the 80% I'm talking about, of what exactly will citizens experience differently. Not tech, not features, but just how will the lives change? What will be the benefits of it all? And this preparation will prevent costly changes later on and ensure also vendors bid on the same vision, so you won't have like apples and oranges during your tenders. The data is actually pretty much available in various existing systems like financial or geographic or document systems or citizens portals. So before you start, you look at those, map what you have, and verify that application programming interface access is possible. So nothing else, no direct database connections or things like that should exist. Then I recommend to also establish a data sharing and collaboration agreement between in-house departments of city services beforehand, just to let everybody on board and create like maybe a work group or a project group so that everybody will collaborate. This is not a partial thing. This is a city-wide project. And then, as I mentioned, establish privacy protection procedures for citizen data, and this will ensure the pre-tender discovery prevents any major delays later on. Also, what we saw, and I will continue emphasizing certain things during this, but just to understand, the most successful smart city programs report directly to the mayors or to the highest levels. So why? Because, as I said, improving citizen services require changing how departments actually work together. So that's within the authority of city leadership, not maybe IT or something like that. So maybe just hold regular monthly meetings with the project or program leader and to align on the vision and the progress. And then make, again, decision based on business value. Which improvements help the most citizens? You know, don't start with the edge cases where maybe very little people will have in the beginning any impact from it. So the IT provides a crucial technical expertise, but the highest authorities in the cities actually drive the strategic decisions and change. So when mayors are present with the visible leadership, they also signal to all departments in the city that this transformation is a mayoral priority, not just another IT project. And yes, communication is really important. So the success actually is based on including all the stakeholders. Citizens must see improvements, but also others like businesses and NGOs must be included, and city council reported to as well. Please keep vendors as your partners, not as suppliers. It will greatly improve your project. And just start with one improved citizen experience. Just pilot one specific need and then measure it. Create success matrix. This will give you the foundation to build later on, but also it will give you momentum for broader transformation. And of course, funding. There's so many options, also public-private partnership or EU grants. But remember, these kind of projects take ongoing investments beyond initial purchase, so you have to account for that as well. And as I said, just define success before the start, all the scope, the business outcomes, and the metrics, and everything will be much easier later on. So just to finalize, the digital transformation of the cities start actually with leadership decisions. And any program leader who's appointed must report directly to the highest levels of the city leadership, not through IT or some different departments. Begin pre-tender discovery. You can do it right now, actually, if anybody's here from the cities or listening this afterwards. Research your citizen journeys, verify access to the data, and set up your regular meetings with department heads and key stakeholders. Just choose 3, maybe maximum 5 specific citizen services to improve. Have the funding ready for that and start. So remember, it's not implementing technology, it's actually improving citizen lives and, as we said today, citizen well-being. So thank you.
Thank you, Gasper. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Simon Della Corda, Director of the Institute of Participation, and he will share us the challenges of digital transformation and the role of NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. I think those 3 speakers, I'm the third one, are actually going to give you what is so-called multi-stakeholder understanding of what is the smart city about. Mr. Lorenzo talked about technologies, and my previous speaker talked about a business part of the smart cities. What I would like to talk today with you is about people, citizens, actually humans, who are supposed to use technology of smart cities. So, but first, I would like to ask you something, because I'm coming from NGO sector. NGO sector was already mentioned by previous speaker as one of the stakeholders in the smart city development. How many of you are members of NGOs? Please raise your hands. Okay. Most of you are at least members of at least one association, which is very good. So I will just start with my first slide, which is going to explain a little bit more in detail what are NGOs and how those NGOs are actually involved into the smart city. Because usually there is some conceptual misunderstanding when we are talking about involving stakeholders, and we said, okay, we are going to also involve the NGOs. So basically, NGO sector is one of 4 sectors, of pillars of society. Between public sector, private sector, and what is so-called public itself, citizens. And usually citizens, people organize themselves into the NGOs organizations. And then is another tricky thing is that you have different NGOs, like you have different types of businesses, like you have different types of government, local, regional, and national. And usually those types of NGOs, which are, or at least at the local level, which are organizing, people are very helpful in engaging them into the smart city development, because they engage local residents, and by engaging them, you can also ask them what do they feel about the smart city, what are their needs, what are their priorities before you start to develop those smart city services. And usually the case is often not that one, because mostly smart cities are developed top-down with the collaboration between the politicians and the business sector. So this is the first thing, just to highlight this important aspect. The second one is the issue of trust. If you want to have smart cities working for the people, people have to trust it. They have to trust those services. And trust is something that is some issue that is the all governments are coping at the moment. And this is very interesting. OECD research on drivers of trust in public institutions, which highlights some concrete everyday examples how people perceive that the government is working towards the trust. Trust, what is the definition of trust? Trust is that someone or something is performing according to your expectations. This is the minimum acceptable definition of trust. And so the question here is how the governments are performing in the way that citizens do expect. And here are some comparison between Slovenia and OECD countries. We can see that Slovenia is basically below the EU average, and the OECD average, and OECD average is below the 50% of trust of citizens into the performing of the governance. For example, concrete examples, whether the government takes decisions based on evidence, whether the government explains the impact of reforms, whether government uses inputs from citizens' consultation, what is very indicative one, whether the political system allows people to have say. And now, translate those trust issues into the governments of smart cities. Then you can also find some keys why often not often, this is very generalized perception, why maybe smart city solutions won't work for people. So, and now there is one interesting phenomena which you can observe if you look at development of smart cities, is phenomena of Potemkin villages of smart cities. Have you heard for Potemkin villages of smart cities? This is a legend that when Russia conquered some territories, expanding their empire, the Russian Tsar ordered the governor of this new territory how to improve those areas. And of course, the governor failed, and then he put this facade construct of something that looks that the region is improved. So, and when you are looking for this kind of facades in development of smart cities, you can have 4 indicators when those facades is going on. The first indicator is that the smart city is developed top-down, meaning there is a political decision top-down, not consulting with residents, with the IT business support from some company. And also, the top-down is also the communication, delivering PR, mass media, how these things are great, and so on. And the second indicator is that there is no involvement of municipality residents in developing these online services. both in terms of defining the needs of smart cities, what actually the citizens need, what kind of information they need, what kind of services they need, what services would actually improve the quality of their lives, and you need assessment on that. And then when you develop the online city services, these smart city services, you also have to user-test it, user-friendliness, accessibility, and also often ask themselves whether do citizens, residents have skills to use those services. And often, at least in my case, by the way, this is fun fact, but don't tell anyone, I'm a resident of Logatec municipality. So if municipality doesn't have any strategy of development at all, even the strategy of digital development, of online service development, it's very hard to expect that developing smart city is going to meet long-term strategic goals of what people in some area think that is necessary for their development. And at the end, you can have smart city which doesn't bring a lot of added value for users. The services can provide you with some trivial information, like what is the weather in your municipality, where are waste dumps in your municipality, where are parking slots. By the way, I live in this municipality and I know where all those things are. And even when you try to see what is the measurement of the quality of your air pollution in your municipality, you don't have the information because the measurement doesn't work. So these are some trivial services which you are already using on other platforms, but they're just combined on some platform. So there is the question whether this is necessary for me to use it or really improves the quality of my life. So now going back to NGOs, I have only 2 slides and I'm going to conclude in 2 minutes. So how can now NGOs react, civil society, residents can react on this situation? I really liked the previous session talking about the future of cities. One speaker said we need passionate citizens, angry citizens, even, so that they can raise those issues and demand to be involved into this development. So basically, the NGOs are not only involving the citizens, users into the process of creating smart cities, and they also can, as a result, enable the user satisfaction. By involving, you co-create those services. And as a result, those services can be more accessible, usable, effective. And also by this, you create trust in those services, meaning that services are performing in line that you expect. If I expect those services are going to improve my life, then there should be a real evidence that they're improving my life. And also what we often forget, of course, the smart city is not only about technology, but whether do we create a proper societal environment, meaning that we are having users who have digital skills to use it, users who have proper technologies, and that we don't lock down those technologies, and also that we look, for example, a little bit trivial things like technological neutrality, so that different users with different mobile appliances, different operation system can access those services. And at the end, what I think both the government and the business sector is looking for is a long-term sustainability and a usage of digital project. So to conclude, going back to the basis, actually, what we are talking here about, it's about values. Values are normative system which are driving our actions and decisions. So in the OECD, when they did analysis, what are the core values which are driving trust in public institutions and decision-making, there are 3 values: openness, integrity, and fairness. I'm not going to go into details. I just marked some highlights of them, and I believe these values are something that should be embedded in all smart cities project. And now to conclude, I'm not going to make a reference to Blaž because our speaker said, thank you, Blaž. Blaž asked me, Blaž said that. So I'm going to conclude by that, yes. I think we should try to think about those values We should try to embrace them, and we should try to exercise them. And sooner or later, we are going to face a situation where we will have to defend those values. And often, we are going to fail, of course. I'm experiencing this often in the NGO sector, but I believe today is not the day that we should fail on those values. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Simon. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Brendan McDonagh, the Senior Advisor of European Investment Bank, and he will share us how European Investment Bank is supporting cities with consulting and finance solutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, thank you for the introduction, and Blas, thank you for the invitation. You left me without the screen of what? Just like this. But I don't have it here. But you cannot see it here. You cannot see it there. Sorry. Okay. That's purely. Okay. You can hear me? Yeah. Well, thank you for the invitation. And as was said, I'm Brendan McDonagh. I'm here on behalf of the local office. So I come from Luxembourg. Unfortunately, Simon, who's our local office representative here, is not available. Delighted to be here. And as an Irishman, I would say thank you for the invitation. And secondly, thank you to your country, because I'm a lifetime supporter of Man United. So you've sent us a centre forward. We hope we'll score. On a different note. Well, thank you. So I'm going to talk about something different, you may feel in a way, but I think it's related to the previous speakers. Because to do investment, you need finance and you need some advice and support around doing it. The bank is a traditional investor and supporter of the economy here for many years, and we're probably well known for advising, providing finance. What we have is an arm that also provides some advisory support on top of that, and I think it can be interesting to marry and blend the two together. And I think that's my overall message to you, is that there's an opportunity here to use and work with us even in a bit more way than we have in the past. You can see in terms of the numbers, the country has extracted significant finance from us so far, and we're happy with that and happy to do more. Significantly, we have products that help both the early stage companies to grow through intermediated lending to the likes of Sidbank and the other promotion banks in the country, and we also do direct funding to companies. And then we're more traditionally known for investing in larger infrastructure projects. We've worked here in the country in things like the rail connectivity and such like. So we have a wide amount of investment done, but we hope to see the opportunity to do more. So as I said, what is advisory? Advisory can help in the sense of preparation and implementation. So we can work with large promoters doing significant pieces of work in terms of helping them to build and develop the project, to prepare it for finance, and then ultimately to be part of the implementation plan as well, driving and making it happen. And this is a lifetime project work that we can do with you in partnership with the whole project around financing it. We have many different programs, and you're going to look at that and wonder if you have an idea, which one do I fit in? So my answer to that is very simple. I put them up to give you inspiration of the different topics. When you have something that you're trying to do of scale, come and talk to us, and we will see which program best fits your needs. That's our worry, not yours. But I put them up to give you some inspiration and ideas. So we have a PPP expertise centre. We have a support centre for circular economy, which is becoming more and more important and crucial at a time when resources are under pressure and we need to do more with what we have. We have a climate adaptation programme in terms of dealing with the impacts on climate, and we also have a mitigation programme I'll talk about separately in terms of the city's mission. And lastly, we have Jaspers, which I think is well known to some of you maybe who have worked with them already, who do help public entities source funds that are available through the EU institutions and EU funding programs. And basically that's a toolkit that's there available for you. So a few examples, and maybe to take some inspiration from some of your neighbours in terms of Croatia, and where we've done a piece of work already. What I'm saying here is already announced. So this was an example of, in the housing sector, where the cities in Croatia came together and they were trying to look at how do we use, what are the best practice examples, how we do good policies, and how we do good financing solutions in terms of the whole area of social and affordable housing. And rather than trying to do it alone, they asked us to effectively, in the bank, try and do some work for them to give them ideas on what's the best practice. And as you know, especially for those of you working in public bodies, you often need a third party to reinforce and support the idea. It's not that you can't do it, but you need that bit of support. Secondly, it's useful to have an external brand, and a brand that's well recognized. But thirdly, in this case, you have the platform of building knowledge and sharing ideas from the different cities coming together. So while it's here in cities, it can be different public bodies in a city, and the same idea of coming together with the central problem, and we can look to support and help it. Equally, in Croatia, they talked to us about a decarbonisation plan for the bus fleet. And they wanted to understand what's the best methodology to be used, what's the best way of preparing this, how should we best tender for it, and what's the best financing strategy, equally to make best value, or more importantly, to make best value for the public funds that they have. And this is a piece of work we're pretty much finishing and will allow them to move forward. I think moving forward, not that often the public bodies don't know which way to go, but moving forward with a bit more confidence and a bit more comfort that they're going in the right direction, and having the strength of some good advice behind them. I mentioned in the context of climate that congratulations first to those of you from the 3 cities who have gone through the whole process, and it took a lot of effort to become the 3 cities in the country for the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. So there was over 370 applicants in the beginning, and that was shortlisted to 100. So congratulations to the 3 cities for, first of all, getting through the selection process, and then now having got the label. And now what we're saying is that there's the opportunity to work with us in the bank, both on the one side you may see us as well, you're looking to finance the projects, but we're also here to say to you that we can help in the project preparation and development and implementation work on an advisory capacity. And advisory to public bodies, provided the projects are of scale, can be free to them. So it's a resource and a knowledge base that can be useful to help and implement and drive projects. We're doing it in many other countries at the moment. You have recently got these labels, and it gives you the seal of approval to try and drive on the great work you're doing, but to do it at an even faster and bigger step, because as we all know, climate is such a big challenge for all of us. An example of, in Greece, of the cities that got the label a little earlier, but they have come together again, and it's a theme we're seeing more and more of cities talking to one another, and we can become a platform and a vehicle to promote and support that initiative. So the Greek cities have come together where they said, we're slightly different in size, we maybe have different needs, but we're trying to go in the same direction. So they have agreed with us a program of how we will advise them in terms of finding the projects that across the public sector, structuring them in terms of how they should go about financing them, and helping them to actually implement that. We can obviously also provide finance along the journey. But again, it's giving that comfort and support, that knowledge base, and a common theme, because often when you bring people together, it's the sharing from one another that you learn as much as the external that comes in. That can add some value, but the sharing of knowledge and resources among one another can be valuable and really useful also. I suppose one program that we have is an energy efficiency program, ELENA, which is designed to give public bodies who are doing a 30 to 50 million plus investment program a grant support to help them prepare that project. It's different to the advisory work I talked about earlier, because it's a grant mechanism to cover the vast majority of the preparatory costs. Now, I can tell you Slovenia knows this program very well, so that's why I put it at the end, because per capita, you're the highest users. So, and this is good. You should, when you see a good resource, it's really nice to see how countries realize that this is a resource that can help and support them, and they make good use of it. So it offers the help in terms of preparing it. It leaves the burden on the public body to do the procurement of the consultants to write the tenders and all that, but it provides the financial support and the direction to actually do and prepare those projects. Conscious of time, I have a few examples of around, but I think Slovenia is a very good example of a country that has used this initiative in many different ways itself, and a few other ones around. You could use it in energy, and you can use it in mobility and transport projects. So it is a resource that has a benefit and can enable public bodies, because it gives them the capacity. If they don't have the funding to get the project going in the beginning, this vehicle can give the initial funding to that. I finish with a little reference to the finance products, and I mentioned it in the beginning, but to give it a bit more flavor and a bit more depth. So when public bodies would come to us, we have either an investment loan available which would be dedicated to a project, or we can fund a group of projects in what we call a framework loan. And that's where a municipality or a public body may say, we want to invest over the next 3 to 5 years. We need some finance. We're not fully sure of every project every year, but we know a broad parameter. And we can allocate some funding, and then they come to us every year and say, well, this is the new scheme or program they want to put in and use the funds for. So you don't have to fully have predefined. We define the broad areas, and I mean, we are the climate bank and we have a policy. So once you have projects that fit in the policy in terms of energy and mobility in particular, urban development, they will fit into a standard type framework loan. Equally, if you're on the private side, we can help the startups in early stage, as I mentioned, through intermediated finance to the local commercial banks or multinational promotion banks. Or then if you start to grow and you're starting to looking for 20, 30, 50 million, this is a direct loan we can actually do with you if you're in that fast pace of growth. Or if you're a large corporate and you need something bigger in terms of 100 plus, we have a product to do that as well. So what we try to do is have a product for all the different growth phases on the corporate side and something different for the public side. We can't fund everything and we don't have a balance sheet for everything. Our mission and goal is always to try and be the leader in terms of encouraging and promoting and directing. And that's why we have continued, and it's an important point, we've continued and are maintained our view that we stay as the climate bank. Lots of public banks have been changed in the way they position themselves due to their stakeholder ownership and position, saying to them you have to tone down certain things and tone up because of stakeholder ownership challenges that they have. We don't have that, and therefore we have stayed the course, and we are going to stay the course in terms of focusing on the climate bank. We have 3 key messages, as I would say to you, in terms of, while we're traditionally well known for finance, there is an advisory product that's worth looking into more. You are good users as a country in terms of some of them, but there may be more. In particular, the 3 cities that have the climate neutral and smart cities mission, we have a strong funding program. There's also a partnership with an entity, the Commission have set up the Capital Hub, to try and drive projects that are smaller scale or we don't have the capacity to do. And we can help fund, finance, or help support the financial structuring of them. And that's really important because that helps a project, especially public ones, who say, I don't have the capacity to take on this debt, and equally I don't want to. And I want to get some private money in as well as a little bit of our own public money and make sure that that's the way it's funded rather than taking all on the public debt. So we can help in terms of advising and structuring that. So with that, I would say thank you for the invitation and to speak, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Brandon. Now we have a little bit time to maybe address some questions from the audience. If you have some, please.
So thank you for all the good speeches. I'd like to bring together the digital and financing solutions here together with the sort of, let's say, complex investment environment that we talked about in terms of long-term transitions and energy transition, but also materials, circular economy. How can we work towards joining forces in looking where to find ways forward? Because I talked about decision-making and investment decision-making being stuck. It's often not the problem that there's not enough money. There's enough money. Just finding the right projects often is an issue. So maybe you can share some reflections on that.
Well, indeed, thank you for the question. It is why I focused on the advising side rather than the financing side. Because often, I mean, good projects will find money, but the challenge is often to get a project to the level that the finance community, private or public banks, wherever, or private source money, actually see credibility in the project and see the potential to get their money back. And that's where there is a more and more a need, and that's why the project preparation work we see is the biggest challenge, especially in the public side. And that's where the emphasis and time has to come. And that's, for our point of view, we look to say to public bodies, look, come work with us, invest time in the preparation, and I take inspiration from some of the comments too about use the new technology, which often is not. And the smart side is, you know, cities talk to us now about the climate, but the smart agenda should be integrated in that and used more. And secondly, using the smart can save more time, both in terms of getting to the stage that the project is ready for finance, as well as actually using it in the technology implementation. But for me, it's really about awareness among the public institutions that preparation is really important, and investing in it rather than running to try and find money is the key.
Thank you. Okay, it's time for a picture, photo. Photo. No more questions. 3.
A little bit. Gdje je onaj browser? So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 5. Centers of relevance for the future, cities thriving Europe and world by 2040. In this session, we look far ahead to the year of 2040 and ask ourselves, how can cities become true centers of relevance in a rapidly changing world? We know that by 2040, more than 2/3 of the world population will live in urban cities and areas. The way our cities evolve will determine how our local well-being, but also global prosperity, stability, and sustainability. So today we will hear perspectives from different regions of the world, and each one of them bringing its own opportunities, challenges, and lessons for Europe. So I would like to invite Mr. Fred Uduma. He will explore the dynamic relationship between Africa and Europe. Please welcome to the stage. Mr. Vangeli Anastas, he will reflect on the future links between China and Europe. Welcome to the stage. Mr. Jose Jacob Cail will share insights on growing importance of India and Europe. Welcome.
And Mr. Lorenzo Madrid, together with Mr. Ibon Zugasti, they will present the connections shaping Latin America and Europe. Ibon is not, Ibon is on the call, okay. Okay, so let us begin, and it's my honor to invite the first speaker, Mr. Fred Udma, to share his perspective of Africa and Europe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fred Udum. I'm coming from the Slovenia-Nigeria Chamber of Commerce here in Ljubljana. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Blaž, the chairman of the forum, for inviting me once again here. And it is a great pleasure to also be back here. I'm coming from the Slovenia-Nigeria Chamber of Commerce, and it was established in 2013 as a non-governmental bilateral organization. And subsequently, we established in Lagos, Nigeria in 2021, the same organization with the aim to promote and facilitate trade and investment activities between Slovenia and Nigeria, also to serve as a bridge and in terms of trade, education, and cultural exchange, to develop strong partnerships and business, allow business organizations and governmental institutions to really exchange ideas and do businesses together. To build a robust business network that translates to opportunities and profitable business transactions for our members and also our partners. And most importantly, to encourage mutually beneficial economic bilateral relations. Now, most of you would ask why this? Because at that time we found it very interesting, and also there were a lot of questions regarding trade and investment, regarding opportunities within the Nigerian market and the African space. So we did this in order to provide comprehensive support to companies and individuals that wish to establish business operations in Nigeria and also beyond Nigeria, and assist them in understanding and adapt to the Nigerians' specific rules, business rules and culture that are very different from what you obtain here. I would just stop here about our organization. If you would wish to know more, please do check out our membership, our events, our activities, our affiliations at the website, at our website, slovenia-nigeria.eu, sorry. So moving to the business of the day, African cities in the 2025 as we see it. So African cities are among the fastest growing cities in the world. And while this growth brings opportunities, it also presents major challenges. So in these challenges, there are rapid urbanization and overpopulation, housing and infrastructure deficit, unemployment, and informal economy, which I will elaborate more as we move. You also have environmental pressures because of this rapid movement of people into urban areas. So you also have government and institutional weaknesses and social inequality. Also, this brings social security issues. So Africa's urban population is projected to double by 2050. These cities are growing faster than existing infrastructures that are already there, and it creates or makes people to begin to move to other areas, and this causes informal settlements and overcrowding spaces. This also causes housing and infrastructure deficit, which means shortage of affordable housing, weak transport networks, and insufficient of basic services. As we all know, many young people move from rural areas to urban areas, or they migrate to cities seeking for jobs that are already scarce, and this scarcity are mostly caused by this rapid migration. Overpopulation creates environmental pressures, which also causes cities to become vulnerable to flooding, drought, and air and water pollution also comes in. So waste management becomes an issue, and inadequate healthcare services also kicks in. So when institutions are weak and under pressure because of rapid urbanization and overpopulation, governance becomes fragile, unstable, and often ineffective, which may lead to also economic instability and so many other things that might come. So challenge, did I move too fast? Okay, sorry. Okay. So in all these challenges, wherever there is a challenge, so wherever there are challenges, there are opportunities. So in this case, I have identified probably 4 most important or key opportunities when it comes to what we're talking about. So embracing digital technologies can support and improve service deliveries. So digital transformation is one of those, and is very, very important. Sorry, renewable energy is also very important. Urban agriculture is very important. And youth and women empowerment is also very important. These are key areas that investors or people can look onto. So embracing digital technology can support and improve service delivery. This is a fact. Enhance governance and create economic opportunities. In renewable energy, investing in solar, wind, small hydropower plants, and other clean sources can address energy deficits and drive sustainability. So promoting urban agriculture can enhance food security, create jobs, and alleviate poverty. Investing in education, and most importantly, in vocational training, can harness the potential of youth population, leading to slow migration from rural to urban, and also reduce poverty and create stability. So I will conclude by leaving you with this comparative insight that I try to put together between Ljubljana and most African cities. So the aspects are urban growth, infrastructure, governance, youth demographics, climate resilience, and economic drivers. So while Ljubljana and African cities face distinct urban challenges, both regions have unique opportunities to foster sustainable and inclusive urban development. Ljubljana's focus on smart city initiatives and sustainable planning can serve as a model for most African cities, which, despite facing rapid urbanization and infrastructure deficit, have the potentials to leverage digital transformation, renewable energy, youth and women empowerment to drive growth and resilience on climate issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage Slovenian businesses, cities, especially the city of Ljubljana, to engage African cities to create a joint platform to exchange ideas on good practices, technologies, and successful transformation stories of Ljubljana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fred. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vangeli Anastas, professor in International Business University of Ljubljana.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. A big congratulations to the Ljubljana Forum for the 15th edition, thanks to Blaž. I have a small confession to make. I'm not Chinese. My name is Anastas Vangeli. I work here in Ljubljana as an assistant professor at the School of Economics and Business. I have spent quite some time in China, though, and I was asked to bring in some insights on how I see China, or part of my research in China, Europe relations in this. I'm a social scientist, and I deal mostly with ideas, and I deal with big, powerful ideas that shape material realities. I follow how these ideas travel across the globe, including in China, in Asia, but also across time. In my work, I try to weave past, present, future, and that is maybe some kind of link to foresight. I don't deal directly with cities, but cities matter, because cities themselves are ideas embodied and negotiated, right? We had a thing on negotiations here. And this is a very political claim, by the way, and I'm very happy that actually earlier we had a slide on Hannah Arendt and her idea on cities and politics in the presentation by Mr. Lawrence. So cities embody all sorts of ideas, which travel across borders around the world and settle in policy corridors and boardrooms, but also in streets and public spaces and homes, which then translate into institutions, as well as in material, as well as digital realities. And I approach these ideas actually very normatively, and here I follow Chinese wisdom. Form should serve spirit. So in the context of cities, streets, buildings, and so on, all these things matter, but they're ultimately vessels. And what there's even more is the life these vessels carry. So good ideas actually are those that are centered around humanity. And here are some principles that are present in China, are present in Europe, of course, not everywhere equally, but I think matter to development of cities in the future. First, the challenge of the right to the city, whether we prioritize use value, that is, whether we prioritize things that help tackle people's needs, or we prioritize exchange value or profits, right? The economic common sense for the past decades has been, of course, profits first, and we are paying a big price today, because actually the long-term wisdom is that what has higher use value on the long run ends up actually having also more sense economically. Take housing as an example, right? Turning housing into an asset rather than a right has led to a lot of inequalities, insecurities. We've heard quite a few panelists speaking about it. We'll have a session on Gen Z, right? I'm not myself Gen Z, my students are, but I'm also part of those precarious generations, right? Who will probably never meet the certainty of our parents. Then how decisions are made and where. Decisions should come close to where people live, right? More importantly, there has to be input by those affected. In China, in Chinese cities, there are consultative mechanisms, right? This is a different political system, but there are consultative mechanisms. In Europe, actually, we heard a very good example also from Copenhagen on flexibility and on inputs. Now we go to belonging. Belonging, we use the term belonging somehow in a self-deterministic manner, as a sentiment, as an emotion, as something that is or is not a fact of life. But actually belonging is something that's a product produced by institutions, by governance, by policies. To translate these ideas into, let's say, a principle to evaluate urban development, I draw, it's not classical Chinese wisdom, actually it's Singaporean Chinese wisdom. It's something, a concept that's developed in Singapore, but also widely accepted in China. That there are three elements, or three layers, that comprise the city stack. There's the hardware, the roads, the housing, the visible, the tangible, right? There's the software. These are the policies, rules, services, schedules, and so on and so on. There's also hardware. This is the trust, the belonging, the solidarity, the thing that binds people together into a community. And actually, hardware is the key. To some extent, hardware is the product of good hardware software, but at the same time, having some hardware is also prerequisite to have functional hardware and software. A small detour to actually my work, and my work insists on these travel ideas, but also on learning and on normative encounters. It's also a marketing detour, right? This is a book I have co-edited, which comes out actually in a couple of weeks. I'm a member of a new generation of post-Yugoslav scholars who have actually turned a bit to the past to examine for ideas, complex ideas on complex ideational relations. Specifically, this is a book on Yugoslavia and China. And here, me, my co-editor, and the people that were part of this project, we treat Yugoslavia not as a buzzword as it is commonly treated, but actually as a password to help us crack some links between past, present, future, unlock some lessons that may not seem too obvious. And these are lessons on exchange between two unlikely actors in the world who managed to build solidarities and search for kind of transnational hardware, right? Capitalizing on their relatively peripheral status in a context of Cold War. And helping develop kind of a pericentric perspective, meaning that they have put what seemed as periphery to the center of their decisions and have thus shaped ideational agenda that is felt until today. Of course, I travel often to China, and while I'm not a scholar in urban studies, I also deal a lot with Chinese cities. Our book actually has a bit on city-to-city exchanges in the 80s. We have a chapter on Shanghai municipal delegations interacting with Yugoslavia. But this is, not the main thing in the book, so it's a side thing. But anyway, those who go to China see Chinese cities and witness quite a stunning urban development. And there are different examples that actually could also be interesting for us in Europe. The integration of migrants or soft landing. China has less of international migrants, but has a lot of internal migrants. And it's a very complex system with hukou and so on and so on. And let's say in the city of Yiwu, they handle it with a strict policy that in 90 days a migrant should be settled, right? Live locally, the 15 minutes rule. It's also not totally alien in Europe. Many cities in Europe embrace that. But in China, in these huge megalopolises, which are insane, sometimes commuting takes ages, they now try to build 15-minute circles of life, where in 15 minutes you walk or maybe a short bike, you have all you need to live and thrive. And then work plugins, or rather ensuring that local businesses have solid, they're solidly built into the national and global economy, with simple measures such as guaranteed public procurement from small businesses, right? And ensuring ease of business, e-commerce, and so on and so on. As well as micro-renewals. I come back to that in a second. But in general, not gentrification, but renewals of parts of cities in order to protect communities, right? Communities can be really destroyed by gentrification, but they can be also destroyed by neglect. So finding a way to do the minimum thing. Some of these things also include sports, recreation, right? One of the things that you could see now in China is actually these outdoor gyms with static bikes that produce electricity. The method in China, which I think is interesting and could be a good source for Europeans, is experimentation, not being afraid to fail. And then if it works, you scale it, you replicate it, or if it fails, you use it as a negative lesson. Some hardware principles before I conclude. And hardware, again, is not just happy, some hippie idea, some pure idealism, but actually is very pragmatic and very practical at the end of the day. Ensuring stability in terms of housing and rent. This is a paramount thing. China does a lot in this domain. I think Europe is concerned. Many cities try to find solutions. It's a big debate in Ljubljana now, right? Ensuring stable housing is not that you just, help people, but on the long run, you ensure that there is enough time and energy and resources to be invested in constructive activities, right? The pressure of moving houses, the pressure of uncertainty, the pressure of paying rent that's half of your salary. This is not just personal struggle. This is waste of resources on a social level. When life is close by in 15-minute circles, you have the time, right? We talk about sports and well-being, but we forget that often sports and well-being are privilege, right? You have to have the free time to do it. If you commute 2 hours per day, there's much less time for anything else, let alone sports. These are integration of migrants. I'm a migrant in the city. I come originally from Macedonia, right? This benefits everyone. If I use much less time on procedures, if I spend much less time in waiting queues, if I spend much less money on procedures, this is, resources that I can invest into the community, into integrating in the economy and contributing to the society. And finally, small businesses. It's not just, small businesses. There are, these families that own shops or, companies or that we need to support them because we need to support them. But by supporting them, you actually ensure the whole community around them thrives. And we need all these and maybe other measures because we talk actually against the backdrop of unprecedented global uncertainty. So creating strong local communities is a buffer against the, what happens at a global stage. Finally, I would conclude with a point, like in the book, we discuss an idea of pericentric possibilism, which I won't explain, but here I want to discuss pericentric municipalism and how hardware can be used to actually start from very little ideas and build globally. Start at the edges, start at the peripheries. Solutions, actually, one lesson from Shenzhen. I was recently in Shenzhen. Probably a few of you have been there, the city of the future in China. The lessons from Shenzhen is not the fancy skyscrapers, the high-tech neighborhoods, the high-speed trains and so on, but it's what they call urban villages, pockets of underdevelopment that are being treated with all these micro-renewals and with solutions that help build stronger community. Things are tested in practice, in real time, right, without too much fuss, without long studies. When it works, it's protected, patented, and then projected also to other parts of the world. And let me just end with one sentence, back to the foresight 2040, what cities will thrive, how cities will look like. I would say that by 2040, cities that will turn lonely strangers into neighbors and stressed out precarious workers into safe, active citizens that can do sports and recreation, those will be the ones that will have achieved well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vangeli. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jose Jacob Cail, the founder and director of Future ICT Forum, Bangalore.
You don't have. So hi, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you to Blaj and congratulations. 15 years is not so easy achievement. I have to say that inspired by Blaj and Ljubljana Forum, we started an event in Bangalore in India. We call it the India Advantage Summit. We are at the 9th year this year. So, you know, we take inspiration from here. Most of the Ljubljana forums I attend and try to see what we can do in India in that sense to take things forward. I don't have a presentation because I want to look at something amazing, which is each of your eyes as I speak. So I will speak about really what's happening in India. And the fact that it's real means I don't need to look at a computer to remember because it's in the head, it's what I see. So let me start in a very conceptual and simple framework. To understand the world, there are many models. We had architects in the morning, we had other government officials, but I look at it in a very simple way. It's the trinity between government, people, and market. Government, people, and market. If these three work together, and if these three work to support each other, what you get is a growth spiral. Everybody wins. If these three work against each other, what you get is a city where people don't want to stay and they leave. Interestingly, for us in India, we had a very interesting digital revolution, which we call DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, which is kind of very amazing, and I will tell you why in a few minutes. And if you just listen for a few minutes, that's enough. And you can later check up all the stuff I said on Google and find out what's happening, right? So the proof for any city or any country doing well is that more people are ready to invest in that city or in that country. So later you can Google, some of you have the phone and in a hurry you can Google. The EFTA Act just got signed, which is unfortunately not the European Union, but the Swiss, Liechtenstein, Norway, you know, this group together. They have decided to invest $100 billion, I repeat, $100 billion in the next 10 years. They have to empty this money into India. Now, you know, when you say the word invest, it means there is supposed to be a return on the other side. So either they are stupid or we are very smart, or it can be both. But I would think the Swiss are not stupid, they are very smart. And if they're investing their money, you have to check why. I mean, and this is an agreement kind of money. This is not them saying in a conference we will invest money, but they've agreed and signed on it. You can Google and check about this. So the money is coming. So the question is, why is this money coming? So this is the most important 2 minutes of my talk. I said about digital public infrastructure. Just to give you an idea, in 9 years, India was able to move from 8% banking penetration, which means 8% of the population have bank account, to 80% population in 9 years. How did this happen? We didn't take banks to the villages, we took banking to the villages. In other words, everybody had a mobile phone in India, so we have about 2 billion mobile phones in India, more than the people. We have 1.2 billion people, but 2 billion mobiles. Some people have 2 mobiles. It's very common in India. So, because everybody had a mobile and the internet costs were very less, we were able to take banking to the people, so we were able to get 80% banking penetration. Some of you who have been in India, you might have seen a very interesting thing of people paying with QR codes. You might have seen this, right? Especially the small businesses and the small vendors. They cannot have electricity in their small shop to have the machine to swipe the card, but they have a mobile phone and they have a QR code and they accept payments. Now the difference is when you pay somebody in cash, which was happening in India 10 years ago, only they know and you know that you paid them cash. But if you pay them digitally, there is a digital trail. You understand? There's evidence digitally. Interestingly, a credit score for all these very, very small micro businesses can be built, which means how much money they earn every day, what time do they start working, are they hardworking, do they start at 7, do they start at 11, do they sleep till 11 in the morning, and so on. I mean, these use cases are also applicable for Africa in that sense because also the country is growing. So what has happened is ChatGPT comes along. All of you know about AI. So what I'm going to say now is not yet happening, but it's going to happen. But when it happens, you can say, yeah, we heard it from this guy in Ljubljana Forum, right? So the idea is, many of these people who have the QR codes to receive money, they put a Bluetooth speaker. So when you pay them money, it speaks 100 received, whatever. And it can speak in different languages. So this is some of our fintech startups that made this innovation, because it's very difficult for a small shopkeeper who is, taking vegetables and putting it in a cover to look at the phone whether the money arrived. So the speaker makes a noise, so he knows the payment is done. He says bye-bye, and the guy goes. So now, if you deploy ChatGPT in the right way, it's possible that through that Bluetooth speaker, a chatbot will speak to that small business in his or her language and say, I'm calling from the bank, do you need a loan? Now, this guy doesn't know if it's, if it's a joke or if it's real, but more or less he checks, okay, it's the bank's number. And then he says, yes, I would like a loan. What's the interest? So the interest rate is very reasonable. He's surprised because as a business which is really small, has no document, no office, he's getting a loan at a very good interest rate. He says, you have to give me permission to check your data. He says, okay, I give you permission. There's a PIN number, he gives permission. So in Europe, you have GDPR. You protect data and people by putting it in silos. We decided to do something else in India because we need to empower and bring a lot of people above poverty. So we do something called DEPA, Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. You can Google and learn about this. But what this does is it takes permission of an individual, helps use his data to empower him. So then, once he gives approval, the bank goes and checks all his data for the last 36 months or 48 months, however long he has been using digital payments. And the AI model says, this guy's credit score is so much, and we can give him a loan of $1,000. And all this happens within 1 minute. So now, the important thing is the pyramid, right? We started with the Trinity. So here's the pyramid. In India's pyramid, there are about 300 million people at the bottom. So our rough estimation is if these 300 million people are given a very small ticket size loan of $10,000, it's not much. So it's $10,000 into 300 million. Anybody good at maths? You can tell me how much that is. But it's roughly $300 billion that need to be deployed at the bottom of the pyramid. So normally in the past, if somebody comes to you in a capitalist economy and says, I am hardworking, one is you can look at the guy's face and the suit and the shoes and the watch. But the other thing is you ask him, give your land documents, give your whatever. We'll assess your credit score. But now in India, we can do data as collateral. And we move away from asset-based finance to flow-based finance. Flow meaning cash flow-based finance. So you can Google about this as well. So what will happen in India is if this $300 billion gets deployed at the bottom of the pyramid, you will see for the first time money moving up the pyramid. You've heard about trickle down in capitalism, that money comes from up to down. It will go the other way. And when this happens, automatically the hardworking person who works hard will find easier access to capital, which means he or she can scale. If he or she scales, the velocity of money increases, which means the speed of money and the speed of trust increases, which means it becomes the fastest growing market for the next decade. Well, you don't have to believe whatever I said, but you can go and check JP Morgan CEO, Jamie Dimon. He was in India last year, and he was going to different cities in India because he wants to see and believe. They opened a fund for India specifically to give for this, what I explained. It's not yet announced, but they've already raised more than 300 billion for this fund. Because from Muhammad Yunus in Bangladesh that the poor people or microfinance, the default rate is less than 1%. You might have read his book, right? Because for the really poor and hardworking people, many of them are orphans and so on. The only thing they have is respect. So they don't want to lose their respect, so they are more sure to honor their commitments. So what I can say is India has tech on its side. So the one thing that's connecting the market, the government, and the people is tech in the middle. And luckily, we are at a stage where once you do this, you need money, and money is also coming. And also, you know, the brothers in Switzerland decided to do an investment in India, and you can also go and double tap and check on it. All I would say is, in India, we need a lot of solutions because we have a lot of problems. In our conference itself, we have seen AI being used for traffic problem, to solve traffic using AI. We are also seeing 3D printing of the human skin with a bioprinter done by an Indian startup, and having raised money after the conference. We are seeing autonomous driving, which is a car driving itself in Indian traffic at level 4 autonomy. And if you don't believe me, Jan has sat inside that car. Jan is still alive. He went 2 times in that car. You can ask him at coffee break, you know, if I was lying, but Jan is a German, you can believe him. He was in India and he was in that car. So these amazing technologies are getting showcased every year, and they're raising money every year. Some of the people Jan and me have met, when they came as startups, they were only $15,000, $20,000 in value. Today they have crossed 500 million. We still know the guys. They have our number, we have their number. So I would say, please come engage with India. It's a good opportunity to see and feel the adrenaline and action. And then, of course, for holidays, come to Europe and relax. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose. I must admit that I visited Bangalore 2 years ago, and I was really impressed with all those solutions you explained, and I can confirm that it's really like that. I also visited the Tata Development Center, and I was also really impressed how innovative they are. So I would like now to give the floor to the subject of Latin America cooperation, and Mr. Lorenzo Madrid will start. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, Ibon and myself will talk about Latin America, but I will focus on Brazil, and he will take care of the rest. And this is all depends, the origin of this division came from the Treaty of Tordesillas that split Latin America between Spain and Portugal. And so countries became one speaking Portuguese, the other side speaking Spanish. So Brazil is a big country. It's almost 250 million, not as big as India. But the same situation in Brazil happens as in India when the pandemic came, and there were a necessity to distribute funds for the population that were unable to work. So at that point, there were a big jump on the adoption of mobile telephones in the country. So today, there are 1.8 telephones per habitant in Brazil. So everybody has phone. Even the people begging on the street, they have phones. So you can give money using your phone transaction immediately to anyone on the street. Very easy, very controlled. And the next step in Brazil will be probably the first country to adopt digital currency. It will be called Drex. So there will be no more paper money. Everything will be fully digital. And that will happen probably in 2 years from now on, which is good and also very dangerous. So you have both sides of the situation. In addition to that, Brazil is passing for a very large digital transformation process. So everything is moving to become electronic. No more documents. Everything is digital. ID is digital. Banking are the trustee of every transaction. So if you want to do any relationship with the government, you go into your bank account and connect your bank account to the government, so the bank become the trustee to do transactions between the citizen and the government. More recently, as a big part of this transaction as well, there has been an agreement between Mercosur and Europe that will facilitate trade between the continents. Brazil is part of this, is a very important, has been under developed for several years. And the evolution of technology, Brazil is known as an early adopter of technology and a promoter. So we began doing that. We began doing electronic, for instance, electronic income tax back on the 80s. So at that time, computers were starting, and we are already doing our statements, income statements using electronic transactions. Also, one of the good and implement technology sites in Brazil is the region of Vale do Paraíba in the state of São Paulo. And that area is responsible for companies like Embraer, that you probably know. It's a company that developed very high-tech airplanes, competing face-to-face with Boeing and Airbus on that specific market. So there is a lot of opportunities in trade. Brazil, in addition to being a very high-tech digital country, is also famous for its agricultural powerness. It supplies a lot of different agricultural products, and there has been many opportunities to transaction on that field as well. I think this is a brief panorama of what is happening in Brazil economy recently. The possibility now of the free trade agreement between Latin America through Mercosur. Mercosur is Argentina, Chile, Brazil. I think Venezuela just entered recently, but it's going out. This is a very complex situation. Uruguay is also in that trade. So questions I will be there. So if anyone interested in more details, I can provide. Anyone, please, your time to talk. Thank you.
Please, Ibon, welcome. The floor is yours.
So thank you, Frane. Continuing with what Lorenzo has perfectly explained already, I'm going to give an insight in a broader Latin American context. As you know, the geopolitical context is, I would say, it's favorable, it's positive right now, due to the issues we had with the first partner the EU had, and still has until now, that is the US. So we just, as you know, we signed the US-EU agreement, trade agreement, which, by the way, was not positive in my mind and in our industrial mind in Mondragon, because, as you know, the general tariff was for 15% instead of the desirable one that was 10%. And 5% doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot of money. When you are talking about your first trade partner, the trade volume in between the US and the EU is around a little bit more than 400 billion. And then if we compare it to Latin America, Lorenzo already mentioned the trade agreement in between Mercosur and the EU, and that was the positive side. It took the EU and Mercosur more than 20 years to reach that agreement, and it was only once the EU had reached the agreement with the US, this, let me call it, bad agreement, that the EU was very much invited and very much enthusiastic to signing the agreement with Mercosur, which is the alternative, and this is the very good approach. So the trade volume in between Mercosur and the EU is around 100 billion. I was checking the figures now in the cell phone, around 100 billion euros yearly, which you see that it's much lower, but we have very good prospects of growth. That's the difference with the US. And let's go to the perspective of the cities. As you know, Latin America is the region in the world where cities have the highest percentage of population. So when we are talking about urban population, Latin America is the place where cities have a higher percentage of urban population. So cities are very relevant in Latin America. You know, there are very large cities like São Paulo or Mexico City with around or more than even 20 million inhabitants in the metropolitan areas. Of course, Latin American cities are growing still much more than, for instance, European cities or North American cities are doing. So this means that there are a lot of good opportunities, but also big challenges related to, for instance, I would say one of the biggest challenges related to mobility and transportation. Many of the cities, they have very good transportation systems, like Santiago de Chile and others, but others like, I'm visiting Bogota next week, and you know, a city with around almost 10 million inhabitants still that doesn't have a metro system. So mobility is many times very, very challenging. On the other hand, they have a very nice tradition of planning and long-term planning. Like Colombia has a very good system and tradition of public policy planning. Both at the national level, I was engaged at the Colombia 2050 process, and also at regional and city level. And some of the cities and regions, they even use European influence planning tools, like many of you know are RIS3 approaches, the regional innovation strategies for smart specialization that the European Commission was recently promoting in all European regions and cities. I was doing a project for the region of Maule in Chile, for implementing this smart specialization strategy with a foresight approach, by the way, which is also another tool that Latin American cities are using when they are planning in the medium and long term. So all in all, I would say there are lots of opportunities for EU and Latin American cooperation. Next week, we are having the EU Latin American Academic Summit. And in 1 month, in November, there will be the political summit of chief of states and governments in Colombia. So this is the general framework. And of course, cities are, as Lorenzo mentioned, key players in this development in Latin America. So let's try to get also very good connections in between cities in Latin America and cities in the European Union. And one of the tools to make that happen is a network that is called CIDEU. CIDEU is the network for strategic urban development of cities in both sides of the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean. So we have also an opportunity to work together in that sense. And I will be happy to talk to anyone who is interested in this EU Latin American urban cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibon, on this great insight for South Latin America. Now we have time to address some questions from the audience, so please feel free. You have a unique opportunity now to ask these experts anything you like. Please do.
I have a question for Ivan, since you are good with numbers and you were checking with the statistics. So since the implementation of bigger tariffs to Europe, you said like Europe responded like with searching for alternatives. Do you maybe have, how much did, since then, since the implementation, how much did the partnership and the total value of the exchange with US drop? Did it change? And like, what can we expect for, in the future? Will the, can we expect reversal of tariffs or something?
Thank you for the question, because you reminded me of a figure that I was going to mention and that I forgot. That figure, I think I read last week, it's 66 billion euros is what we are going to lose, or the volume is going to drop as a consequence of this, what I call this bad deal that we made with the US. I mean, and I will take the opportunity to say that I think part of the fault is in our side, in the EU side, because we had the urgency to get a deal and we know it also in Mondragon as industrial players. We had to get a deal with the US, and Trump knew that was an urgency for us. But this is also a learning for the future. So when we stay together in the European Union, we are stronger than when we go alone. And for future trade partnerships, I think this is something that we should learn for the future. Of course, diversify and look for new partners, but also to stay together when we are trying to get deals, because this is our strength in the European Union. And so let's see what happens.
Hello everyone, my name is Lazar. I wanted to ask Jacob, we mentioned China, you're from India. I would love to know how you will describe or rate the economic and trade relationship between China and India, especially after the territorial disputes that China and India has in the, and especially after Trump imposing the tariffs at India.
I mean, if you want an easy way to remember, it's like a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. There are moments of high tension, and then there are moments which are good. But generally speaking, geopolitically, if you look at some of the think tanks that bring reports, for us it's a threat because China's military ambitions are clear. You might have seen their recent march with all the equipments and so on. So it would not be wise to not invest in defense and startups in that space. So we continue to do that. On the other hand, there is also some level of collaboration. So for example, Apple exports the highest number of mobile phones now from India instead of China. But some of the parts come from China and then get enclosed and go to the US and all over the world again from India. So there is this, how to say, plus minus happening all the time. Having said that, recently, also because you know, in the current ecosystem, every day is a new day and a new policy, you know. So people, the world leaders are waking up and looking at Twitter what to do, you know. Nobody knows. From the think tanks that we interact with, there's a wonderful think tank called Synergia Foundation. You can check about them. They are based in Bangalore. They bring out a magazine. It's called Insights. Out of 22 predictions they did, 18 came true. You know, they bring with the date of the magazine, this will happen, and it happened. So one of the, I mean, a few threads that they say, which you can also check, is I think for the US, suddenly Afghanistan and Pakistan is important, also to have a route to block China or whatever that is. So there is that angle playing. And Pakistan is not so friendly to India, so there is the other angle. Of course, when you look at some of the Trump policies, in the beginning it doesn't make sense, but there is also some sense if you go a little deeper as to what the guy is doing. But you know, nobody knows exactly what they are thinking. But between China and India, currently, again, we reset a little bit. Like in my conference, I have a Chinese speaker coming. I don't know if he'll get visa, for example. But you know, it's complicated. Yeah, that's the status in Facebook, right? It's complicated. There's a relationship, but it's complicated. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. One question for Jos. Was Rex the first Chinese that visit when we bring Chinese to your event, Europeans bring Chinese to Bangalore event? Was he the first Chinese at your event? No? Okay, good to know. Now I have a question for Fred. It was a huge initiative, a bit hidden, but real development project by African Union and EU, was a great green wall. So in the time when the many walls are built by politicians, but this one was a really great initiative on how to, between Morocco and Egypt to develop the new development zone, bring water from under Sahara, and so how you see this as a potential in the future, and for new so-called urbanization, a new way of urbanization between African Union and EU for the development of this area. How you see this potential, Fred? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The Great Green Wall per se, it's a very good project. One, it's solving a problem on desert encroachment. Second, it's also helping curb migration to Europe in a way to monitor the migration from Africa to Europe. That's the way I see it, the project. But in the long run, I think the project is viable by means of protecting the desert encroachment into Southern Africa, and also to help this region being protected from climate issues and other issues that are arising from the desert encroachment and deforestation.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No? So we are just about to finish this panel, and please prepare for a photo. Blaž, join us.
Best for the last, right? Hello, everyone. My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. No, just kidding. I'm head of diplomacy department at Youth Business Group. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Blaž Golob for inviting us here at this beautiful 15th anniversary Ljubljana Forum. It's a great honor to be here, to have a chance to present Gen Z voice. And secondly, I'd like to thank my great team, Luca and Lazar, for the support. Okay, now let's begin with the presentation. Who we are and what we do. Youth Business Group Slovenia is a business community that unites more than 350 members from diverse fields such as economy, IT, law, diplomacy, and tourism. Our vision is to support young entrepreneurs and connecting them with successful companies, and to become also the largest business platform by 2030. Okay, some of our projects. Our flagship event is the exclusive career fair, Career Nest, organized twice a year at the Grand Plaza Hotel in Ljubljana. In addition, our diplomacy department is responsible for establishing international relations and connecting Slovenian startups with foreign markets. And now, very important part. Introduction of Gen Z challenges in 2025. Young people today face stress, digital overload and uncertainty, making the mental health just important as physical fitness, yet cities often provide little support. At the same time, Gen Z seeks equal chances and open spaces for everyone, but many still feel excluded for social, economic and cultural reasons, which weakens community life. And finally, we expect our cities to be green and ready for the future, but too often growth ignores sustainability, leaving young people worried about the climate change. Okay, and now even more important, Gen Z solutions. Sports and leisure must be recognized as core city infrastructure, supporting both mental and physical health. At the same time, young people want to actively shape policies and projects, as our voice is essential for establishing, building safe, inclusive and vibrant cities. By combining green spaces, technology and smart designs, cities can create recreational areas that are both sustainable and accessible to everyone. Okay, our research. We also did our research of Gen Z opinion, and now you can see the results of the surveys we conducted with Gen Z. So, frequency of using public sports recreation infrastructure. We can see that 38% of respondents use sports infrastructure several times a week. Main barriers to sports and recreation. So the main barrier is lack of time, 34%. Yes, I know we are a very busy generation. Okay. Biggest benefit of sport and recreation is physical health. Of course, 32%, I would agree with that. And also mental health is very important. Are young people included in planning? 42% think not enough. Yeah, I would agree with that. So we need to be included more in planning. This is very essential for the future. So thank you. That's all from my side.
that's fine. I can just do thank you so much, Luca, for that inspiring perspective and from also showing some evidence of what is actually going on, because I think that's maybe a perspective that's been missing a bit today, so really important to have that as well. Of course, our youth is our future, as we always say, right? And there's a lot of things that show that they're engaged and active and want to be part of society and be active citizens, but they also need the chances and to have the right sort of framing and setting for doing that, right? So today we've been through a lot of different things, and this format is going to be a bit different. So we're going to have now a little bit of more of an interactive session. I hope you don't mind that. So you're going to talk to some people, maybe you know them already, and be discussing a bit more and contributing actually on the screen here what you think the ideal city of the future is and what challenges we are facing now, and especially also talking about how do we bridge those two. So just a little bit, we've been hearing about a lot of different things today from a lot of brilliant people, from democracy and city planning. Sport and recreation, of course, has been a main topic for the whole forum. Citizen engagements, values and trust, and how that might be a bit of a challenge in the future, but how we need to stay strong. Infrastructure in different ways, both the physical, but also the digital infrastructure, smart city, and the cloud. Well-being, inequality. I could keep going on and on. Anticipation, of course, as a key feature, and possibilities, challenges, frictions, trade-offs, opportunities, and so on. So, where there was even a question raised about whether it's maybe not, perfection is not what we should strive for, and I think that's a good point. But at least we need to have ambitions of where we want to go and a vision. I know there's a vision for Ljubljana already in place, but I would like to hear from you. What do you see as the ideal city of the future in that sense? So that's what we're going to do in this workshop. Basically, it's an exercise, a method called Free Horizons, very used within the foresight field, about looking at things from both like what's driving change right now, what are we looking into, what are kind of the vision, the ideal place we want to go, and then trying to bridge those two places. So that's what we're going to do in this exercise. And just before we get started, I just wanted to, this is going to be interactive, so you're going to use your phones, not for emailing, but for commenting up here. And we start with what's one word that comes to mind when you think of the future? If you can just quickly let me know. You scan the QR code, yes, or you can go to menti.com and use the code 24513085. But it seems like we have 15 people in the room right now, and I think we're around 30 now in the room, so it's pretty good. Blue, interesting word to use in this context. Good, peace. Amazing. And so imagine being a futurist and you're at a family gathering or with some friends, and they ask you, so what's the future going to be like? This is kind of, all the different perspectives that are in looking at the future in many ways, from progress and, to brittle, from uncertainty to nature. It's a very diverse field, right? And that's also, again, what I said earlier today, that the future is unwritten. So it's important to note. So we have 20 people submit. I hope you managed to make it work. We're just going to use it a bit more in a moment. Good. So just a little bit of a foresight vocabulary. So maybe some of you are familiar with the words and the concepts, but foresight is basically a structured exploration of what could happen tomorrow, but also kind of how to get to the place you want to be in the future. Pastel is a very used framework for trying to make sure that we cover all bases. So we don't just focus on technology, we don't just follow on social trends, but we also look at environmental side of things or economic side of things. It's a good way of framing, making sure we cover more things. Then we have trends, and trends is kind of an elusive term, but basically it's developments that are already spreading. It could be positive, it could be negative, it could be things picking up and accelerating, AI usage, for example. It could also be things that decelerate, that don't happen anymore. That can also be a trend. The preferred future is basically the vision of the city that we want to be in this context. So where do we want to be in the future? And then leverage points, and that's basically the bridge between what is happening and where we want to go. So what kind of leverage points do we need to pull? What kind of bridges do we need to build to get into a more preferred future? And the Three Horizons framework is basically about these three horizons, of course. We have Horizon 1, what urban trends, pressures, patterns are shaping lives in cities today. We have Horizon 3, that's the green one. What's the most ideal city you could be living in 2045? In many different ways. It could be technology, it could be the people you're surrounded by, it could be how happy people are, the well-being, many different things. What defines it? And then finally, Horizon 2 in the middle. What bold moves or shifts can we make to move from today's trends to the ideal future we're seeing out there? And this exercise, this is meant to be both fun, but it's also helpful if you try to be a bit specific. Try to use your imagination. That's very helpful because we don't know exactly what the future is going to bring. So there could be a lot of different things that could happen between now and 2045. It's 20 years. If you just think back to 2005 and how many things have taken place since then, there's a lot of opportunity space in here, right? And this will provide a bit of input as well to what Blaž presented in the beginning, the manifesto, and really be a good way to like summarize some of the thoughts and ideas and discussion points we had throughout the day. So I hope you'll be playing a part and we'll have some good discussions out there because that's what this is all about. So find a partner or two. If you're sitting 3 people together, that's also fair enough. And have a little discussion first. What urban trends or pressures or patterns are we seeing today in the city? It could be your own city, it can be more of a general level, Europe. It's quite open, this exercise. So just discuss first with the partner next to you, and afterwards, please submit via the QR code what you see out there, what is happening. You'll have 10-15 minutes for this, so just take a little bit of time to discuss and then submit some ideas. Yeah? Any questions? No? Okay. Find a partner and get started discussing what are we seeing out there, what are the trends in cities today. And if you only thought about technology, try to think about social fabric and that way of thinking, right? Try to be broad in your way of relating to this topic. Yeah, the QR is annoying, yeah. That's true. Final minute, and then we move on to the next, to the ideal city. All right, thank you for playing along in this first part. So this was about the trends we're already seeing. I noticed there's some criticism up here of that way of seeing things. I'm not saying we should try to predict what the future should be, but everything we relate to in terms of the future will always be imaginative, right? We can't predict the future. We can try to come close, we can try to build scenarios for how the future is going to look, but the future is always going to be perceived from a present-oriented perspective. So that's the important part of this exercise. But if we don't try to think about what future we want right now, we make decisions without any sort of target in mind, any sort of vision. So that's something I want you to keep in mind for the next exercise. You know, your ideal city of 2045 might look different in 5 years from now. That's completely fair. But from your point of view, sitting right here, what you know and what you have and what you bring with you, where do you come from and what your experience is, try to come up now with what you see as the ideal future of 2045. If you close your eyes and really think, okay, this is the city that I want to live in, I want my kids to grow up in, what are you imagining then? Headline from the year 2045 if you want to be creative. Yeah?
If there is no ideal city possible and not in the dream, how can I predict what I want in 2045? This is an impossible question. So designing the future does not mean to have my own idea of the future. Sorry that I'm provocating. It's a totally simplified version of the future. The future does not follow my idea of my personal idea of ideal of 2020. It's completely
Yeah, that's not what we're trying to do here.
maybe even is a total break, a total it's not possible this way to design the future.
No, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to see what people feel about the future. So your perspective is one idea, vision of the future. His perspective is one different one, and Blas's is different, right? We all have different ideas. What we're trying to see is what is it actually we want out of living in a city, right? It's not so much about predicting the future necessarily. Mm-hmm. Okay.
We imagine what the people do think in Lagos.
Yeah.
Not the same as in
Yeah,
Copenhagen.
I would love to hear what they think.
So that's
Yeah.
why I think it's so, it's about like how to imagine the ideal humankind. You know, it's not, I think we should really concentrate on our topics in our world, the future, not what is idea, you know, we'll understand what you mean.
Yeah, but no, but I agree. I think that's 100% correct. I want to hear just as much people from Gaza and what their ideal future would be. We just happen to be in a room where, 100%, and that's what's interesting, right? No. Definitely. But still, they have ideas about the future, I'm pretty sure. Of course, the present takes like first notice for everyone. I know for some people even more so, right? But I would be curious to hear what they also would say. That's why we're trying to get everyone to say what they think, right? This is not to say our ideas of the future are better than anyone else's. That's the important part here.
Always there were always more views and different scenarios, and they were also one you mentioned, you know, that it's not brilliant, it's not ideal, and we are aware of that, you know, and we should be, of course. But on the other side, we should show the way, or think, or try to imagine what if maybe we succeed as a civilization, and maybe we survive, and maybe we build beautiful cities. With all awareness, of course, what's happening, you know. So that's why we usually put in forced exercises different scenarios for development, and one of it is ideal. And maybe we will reach it. But if we don't think even about it, we can never reach it. So that's why we try to position ourselves in a position. Maybe we will reach that kind of scenario, you know. So that's this imagination process that we need to face differences, of course, you know, like different views. It's not paradise or, you know, painting the wall, but otherwise we can just get stuck, you know, all of us, you know.
Maybe I'm very nervous about the word idealistic because it has already brought so much disasters in this world. If somebody put an idealistic, in his own way, idea of the future, and there's been so many disasters in the 20th century. It all was based on idealism. So idealism is not something positive from the first place.
I think it's...
a lot about idea gathering. Like we could of course have definition discussion, but this is opening the space of opportunity and gathering ideas without being stuck to it. This is like an open space, so something and have a discussion about it. About topics with people, but not about methodology. Like we can have that later to be or something. But I guess that right now we're just gathering ideas. What, for you personally, would constitute the ideal city of the future? And this could be having, of course, reflecting your perspective or of anyone else, but this is just the starting point. And then it could be ideal, optimal, desirable, cool, whatever. Like, I think
Yeah.
going in that direction.
I think I really adore this discussion. But between idea and vision, for example, there's a great difference. Ideas come into your mind when you're under the shower or when you cook something or when you walk. Vision is something else. Vision is the development, is something, it's not an idea. The vision is something else. And I prefer, of course, if we talk about visions that we have to develop, and not about single ideas, because the single ideas don't mean much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With vision.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. For that we might as well. It's not the word ideal that's important, but here. And yeah. But ideals also in the sense that very few people's ideals, then they wanted to carry out with with disregard for everything else, right? In that sense, not a collective ideal, perhaps, of a big group of people who wanted to do something, because we've also been able to move societies in a better direction in many ways. Still have problems. by having a vision to strive for in that sense. And that may be the difference between ideals and vision, right?
You know the 4-day strategy.
Mm-hmm.
A pilot is in the air and has decided within 3 seconds what he should do. An idea doesn't help him. He must first of all, what is the fact? What are the options? What are the risks? You know, and not the idea. So that's what I'm afraid of. That the strategy is wrong in the future, because before we have an idea, we must see what is the fact. What are the facts in Copenhagen, Vienna, and Gaza and Lagos?
So that's why we're trying in the first exercise.
And that's why
that was the
you understand what I mean. You know, this is it's very, very important to see what is the fact in Copenhagen, Ljubljana, and Lagos. They're different facts. So my personal idea is completely irrelevant. First, I must know the facts and say, what can I do? See the problems, and then I can develop a vision.
But I think let's have the further discussion later at the bar. I would love that. I think it's a good discussion to have. In the meantime, thank you for submitting. I think we maybe need some more people to submit. We still a few left. Maybe take 1 minute, and then we'll move on to the final stage, is how we bridge what is happening now and what we're seeing around us in our daily lives, the trends, the pressures, and so on, with where we want to go towards, where we want to strive towards, the visions, ideals that we talk about, right? All right. Then the final part of the exercise, the bold moves or shifts that we need to do to go from today's trends and then to the ideal, our visions of the future, so to speak. What could be those kind of like initiatives, projects, things we could really do to move the needle in our cities today towards the future? That's going to look good in the manifesto, just have God be there as the only... Good point. All right, just 2 more minutes, and then we'll actually vote on the shifts that you like the most. So we'll try to have a prioritized list of what you actually think we can be done. And of course, some of these are a bit more specific than others, but still a chance to give a say to what you think is most important to do. 2 more minutes. All right, final 30 seconds. Submit if you have anything left, and then we'll have a vote. All right. Now you get a chance to vote for your three favorite, and remember to also vote for what you think specifically could move the needle towards the better future. Of course, this is a little exercise that we're doing. It's not a full foresight process. We've done all of half an hour of exercise. So, but I'm curious to see what you actually find most important. What do you think could really change things in terms of this? Because we've been hearing so much throughout the day, and what are actually the most important things to take into consideration? A democratic process, so to speak. Two more minutes if you haven't voted yet. I know it's difficult. All right, 30 seconds. No stress. Final chance. Final call. All right. Let's see the results. Are you excited? Very spread out. We have some religious points of views here. But I love that it's somewhat more concrete things that also come up here on the sustainable urban living, connection to nature, more connection, rural, urban areas maybe. start at the roots, trying to reform our school systems, to focus on values and caring. And then security, I think, is actually something we haven't talked so much about, also in terms of building up future generations and teaching them discipline in a way. So it's very different, very spread out. And let's see when we'll collect this and see kind of the inputs. At least I think it's been a very inspiring day and listening to so many different people with different perspectives. And that's also what this exercise hopefully did a little bit. Because the beauty of foresight is that it's the diversity of perspectives that are included. Basically, we're all equalized in this room when we're doing the exercise. Of course, it would be lovely to do an exercise with everyone in the world, and it might show up different things. But especially since the future is not determined, like that's why we talk about futures. There are many different futures depending on what we do, and we actually have agency to decide on where we should go and to do something about it, to strive for what we think is right and what we think is important. So thank you for this collective spirit and the open communication here and the debate, and that's also what we thrive off, right? That we need to be open to discussing. I think that's also what many of the ideas were around. We need to speak to each other, have conversations, even if we disagree. Constructive arguments is always what moves the needle, at least. If there are any comments or questions, I would love to take them. If not,
Yeah. Now I was thinking about the method. We usually discuss in groups in order to reach a common, ideal of the topic in progress. So this was a nice way to, make people join. Just some methodological consideration.
Thank you.
I don't agree with all the things that have been voted. But, just
so that's interesting,
knowledge.
right? That's why we all have our votes.
But I won't say which I don't really.
Yes, I also wanted to congratulate Matthias. I think you made a great job. It's a beautiful approach. We are actually using it also in some other workshops, where I would say that we are aware that it's not a total strategic foresight, but it's a great visioning and projecting exercise to warm up. And again, we are using it in 3 weeks in a city also, so I encourage people to continue using this approach. Congrats.
Sure. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, I have another guy there. Tomorrow, 2 of them are running a business breakfast on Foresight. And now I see Jonathan raising a hand. He will be one tomorrow also to run the breakfast, business breakfast on how to do Foresight together with Thijs in the City Hotel at 8 o'clock. But now also I would like to ask him for a comment, how you see this approach, please, Jonathan.
No stress.
Thank you, Thijs. And thank you for warning me for this. Tomorrow morning at 8, we'll present you some case studies of our Foresight to Strategy projects in cities in Rotterdam. Thijs will speak about the harbor of Rotterdam, and I will give you some examples of Geneva, where I currently work on many different city development projects and how we apply strategic foresight and participatory foresight in this context of city development with particular challenges, especially when it comes to the availability of soil, which Geneva has not that much. I wouldn't want to give a big comment, but rather thank you for your efforts to bring us in a first step into foresight, which is basically brainstorming about what is impacting us today already, which we probably not have agency all about. We cannot decide about anything. There are many things in our strategy or whatever we want to do that are hitting at us, we cannot change. But thinking about how these are going to develop in the future will help you to adapt your strategies. Because classic CEO would say, this decision is without alternative. And that's bullshit, to be frankly. Usually you always have different alternatives. And thinking about how future is going to develop in the future will push you to challenge your decisions of today.
And that's a bit what we did. We thought about trends. What do we see already developing around us today? How might this evolve? But where do we want to go? But what would be a goal, a desirable point in time in the future? And then close the gap how to get there. I will be happy to share more about this tomorrow morning. And I will also try to do it as energizing as possible, because I know it's 8 and we're going to have a nice dinner, as I heard already. So be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, John. But to be frank, after your presentation, you know, I will do 2 glasses less tonight in order to be ready tomorrow for you. But now, Thijs.
Yeah, I think what is important as well, so we have these 2, what we did here and what we do tomorrow. It's both called foresight, but it has very different goals. Building a shared vision, not an ideal, but a vision.
Vision.
It's something that you can really, you can use foresight for, and it's been done a lot. Yeah? So ending apartheid, getting the FARC out of the jungle, these conflicts were solved using scenario thinking and using foresight thinking. This way of building shared vision. Planning a way from today into the future, into a complex, uncertain world, is much more an exploratory way of using foresight. There's less shared vision. There's more the nitty-gritty, dirty work of planning your way to a very uncertain world. Yeah? So normative, visionary thinking, exploratory, long-term planning type thinking, it's both called foresight, but it has its own applications. And I think both can be useful if used in the right way. What is sometimes also done, and I think in the climate problem that is a big issue, is that a normative, visionary way of looking at the world is used to try to plan a way forward. It needs to be 1.5 degrees C in 2050. And it can only be 1.5 degrees C in 2050. That is a problem, because you don't know whether that is actually practically possible. And how uncomfortable that is it is truly uncomfortable, but planning your way into the future means that you need to allow that future to be open and accept the uncertainty. Two very different ways of thinking about foresight and using foresight.
Excellent.
Well, thanks a lot.
To the right.
We got two microphones to. Yeah,
I would like to thank you because you are provoking a discussion. This is what I really like. It doesn't care really. We can exchange the views, but I think it's a provoking discussion. I really like your view. I think, of course, architects, the job is planning, and we have to foresee the future, because I don't build for the past, I build for the future. So, of course, we are used to that. But we are trying always to start, what is the fact now? No? And you said something, it's the climate fact. So, but it does not, with all the ideas we have, we don't seem to be following not even the climate. We know it all, but we're not able to decide the future. We have an idea, we know about, we have a knowledge, but all the world together, we don't get it. We don't reach the 1.5. We know we don't get it, you know. So I think we must concentrate really what are the topics for the future and really to work on them. And, well, I say it again provocatively, the ideas don't help. It helps, it's a lot of work, a lot of cognition work, a lot of dealing the facts and doing options and things like that. No, that's why I was a little bit emotional. I'm really sorry.
No worries. We also have some comments over here.
Yeah, so Peter, I totally agree on your perspective, and we are going to be in a 3 degrees world. The Paris Agreement going to be toast. And last year on the 31st of May, we had in Delhi 52 degrees. That's normally the picture you take at the Death Valley. So what we have to do is to practice deep empathy, to dive deep into these pain points and to understand them. That's one. 2, practice optimistic realism. And whatever there is, we have to do it. We are already over the cliff. So we are over the cliff, and if we realize that we are over the cliff, we have to build the world. So it's not about going to Mars. So terranauts in Mars. Now what if we are all in a spaceship, we are landing in a world like this, in a 3 degrees world, what would we do? Now we're thinking of what we do on Mars. What a bullshit. We should think of, we are landing in a spaceship in a 3 degrees world, and what do we do there? And then acting, and then do something. Not saying, okay, that's all done. No, we can create, just think of it. Terra building in a 3 degrees world. That's what we have to do.
Did we have a final comment from the front row here as well, or did you want to?
Thank you. I just wanted to know what your perspective is about 2045 regarding European cities, because you asked us, we didn't hear from you.
But I think it's more interesting to ask people their perspective, because mine is only one, right? No, but I really think it's such an interesting question, also because it's a very long time horizon, right? There's so many things that can happen. We can be in a war with Russia, full-scale war in a few years. That can be one scenario, right? It can also be that we finally find a way to collaborate. We can be the United States of Europe. There are many different options, but I think a lot of the change that we're going to see on a fundamental level is going to come from the mid-level, the city-level perspective, because there is so much more agency from that than on the state level, which is kind of shown that it's not maybe living fully up to what it should do. But a good question. Thank you so much for that. And I'm very happy for this ending. This is much better than I could have hoped for. I'm happy that it led to some good provocation and some discussion. And I hope it will continue for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
What a long day. We come almost to the end, almost. But last but not least, a very important part, all of them were important, I really enjoyed the whole day, is award ceremony, Ljubljana Forum 2025. And now I would like to call the jury committee, all chairs to come, please. Frane and Jan, and usually also the chairwoman, and when we don't have chairwoman this time, give a kind of final word, not final, but a kind of concluding remarks and their opinion on how everything goes. So we missed one, it's Alexander. Alexander apologized himself for a little while, but let's first see what is in the box. Huh? It's an award. Okay, so this is a 2025 award of Ljubljana Forum. Is a piece of art of one of the most famous designers, Oskar Kogoj. And as usually every year, he dedicates a piece of art for the winner of the forum. Now, before we conclude and we announce the winner, I would ask Frane, because he was a member of the jury, and Jan also, to give their perspective on when they went through the names, and before we announce the winner, to give a little bit their reflection on the process. Please, first, Frane, before we announce.
Thank you, Blaž. It's always hard to decide and to share the points to each nominee, but someone needs to be the winner, so I think we did a good choice. So all the nominees are the winners, but just one is maybe at the moment has the best perception from the jury, but I think It's an honor to be the part of the Ljubljana Forum, and congratulations, Blaž, for these 15 years. And also, I would like to congratulations also to the winner. Thank you.
So winning a prize is not the thing. Winning the prize is provoking thoughts. Winning the prize is taking responsibility for taking us to the next level. Winning the prize is enhancing us in our exploration what's happening in this world. And therefore, I'm really, really glad that we found someone who you will hear later.
The fourth member of the jury, Luca.
The youngest one, yes. So I would say that only the beauty can save the world. The beauty, I mean the beauty of design, of cities, of relationship. So it's important that we search for beauty in every aspect of our life. So this forum was very good opportunity for young people, and I hope there will be many more young people every year in front of us. So thank you everyone here, Blaž and everyone, and also you guys, of course. It was a really nice forum.
Okay, and now attention, attention. So actually, out of your 5, we give each of the jury member has 5 votes. So it means total 25 votes, and the winner got 21 votes, which means it's a winner. So and the winner is of 2025 is Peter Lawrence.
I was a
Peter.
bad guy
Yeah,
before.
no. Congratulations. Big applause for Peter, please. And now, before we give a word to him, just the explanation of the text about that. So, the Ljubljana Forum 2025 is presented to architect Peter Lawrence and founder of Lawrence Atelier for his outstanding contribution to the development of the Illyria Sports Citadel. So the Illyria Sports Citadel is not merely a sport facility, it is a democratic public stage, a place where sport, culture and community converge. Its innovative roof design, open piazza, and sustainable zero-energy concept redefine the role of recreation in the life of a city. By creating a multifunctional space that inspires creativity, health, and togetherness, Peter Lawrence has given Ljubljana a new symbol of urban well-being. Congratulations, Peter.
There's Klimt, you know Klimt, the famous painter, and in one of his paintings there's written, please only too few people, because to please many is very bad.
So we are pretty close to the end of the Ljubljana Forum for today. And for this very moment, I would like to thank the guy who brought that all together, the guy who made it happen, the guy who pulled the strings to get all these beautiful minds and brains together, these beautiful hearts together to recreate the world we're living in. And so I would like to ask you now to get up and give Blaž a big round of applause for all his work he's doing. And as well to the team who's, behind the scene and organizing that the mic is working, the slides are going up, so everything is really smoothly running. Micha and all the rest of the team, they're over there, right? And now I hand back to Blaž.
Thank you. Now, just 2 remarks back to the logistics. Thank you, Jan. Thanks a lot. First of all, let me say without a great team, it won't be possible. So Luca there, fantastic with his team. Michael and Mark, Micha, and also our support at the reception, and all engaged. So really thank you for all work here. Now, just 2 remarks. Tonight at 8 o'clock, it's dinner. So kindly invited, you have an address in the program. And tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we are again back to the action with Jonathan and Thijs. And so see you in the evening, and before closure, a music with which we will conclude today's forum. Thank you very much. Please.